is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Minnesota.
It's the sweetest sound so far this spring in a season that's suddenly cracking up to be something special. Twins hitters have produced 11 runs in their last 2 games after totaling just 14 in their first 9 games. Twin bats right now are booming. This Sunday Twins-Angels game is presented by Super America. Get your Knothole Kids Day vouchers at any local Super America. Hard to recall a more summer-like opening week at Target Field, where this afternoon the Twins hope to complete their first series sweep of a very young season, and they'll send Kyle Gibson to the mound to get the job done. Gibson looking for his first win of the year. Nick Tropiano, the starter for the Angels. Welcome to Twins baseball on Fox Sports North. Jack Morris. 3 days ago, Twins fans felt the sky was falling. Their team had lost 9 consecutive games, struggled to produce runs. Suddenly, everything has changed thanks to a handful of hot Twins hitters.
Yeah, a little bit of hitting, and all of a sudden the attitude changes, and that's good to see. It's largely in part by a few guys. Eduardo Nunez has gotten opportunities, and he has been on fire coming into today's game, hitting .692. He's done it all. He's been banged up a little bit. It's good to see Joe Mauer swinging like the Joe Mauer we all know. He's spraying the ball to left to right. He's running well. He feels good. He's healthy, and he's looking good. Trevor Plouffe has gotten in on the act as in the last couple games, getting a couple of home runs, hitting a couple doubles. It's good to see the kind of power and the ability to spray the ball around. And Byung-Ho Park has shown Twins fans now with this epic home run yesterday in straightaway center field the kind of power that he possesses. So we've got some offense that is starting to show up, and that gives a little hope and excitement for Twins fans.
Twins are celebrating Kids Opening Day on this first Sunday home game of the season. And it's Evan Galshoot that has been selected to present the Twins lineup today. Evan, take it away.
Batting leadoff today for your Minnesota Twins is shortstop Eduardo Nunez. Batting second and playing second base is Brian Dozier. Batting third and playing third base, Joe Mauer. Batting in the cleanup spot today, right fielder Miguel Sano. Batting fifth, third baseman Trevor Plouffe. Batting sixth, Oswaldo Arcia playing left field. Batting seventh is DH Byung-Ho Park. Batting eighth is Eddie Rosario playing center field. And batting the 9th slot, catcher John Ryan Murphy.
Well done, Evan. Coming up, Dick and Bert examine the early strength of the Twins' arms. There's no question that pitching has been a plus to start this season.
The Twins are showing signs of putting it all together, and this afternoon they'll go for a sweep of the Los Angeles Angels here at Target Field. It is a gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Dick and Bert with you, and yes, the Twins have won a couple of ball games in a row, and that's picked up everyone's spirits. But really, going back to opening day through yesterday, the starting pitching and the bullpen, they've all done a pretty good job.
Yeah, you know what, coming out of spring training, the Twins really didn't know what to expect out of the starting five, and I think what we've seen from the starting staff, they have kept the club in the game. Yes, the Twins have not scored a lot of runs, so that's the reason that the Twins have lost a lot of close ball games, but the offense has been given that opportunity late because the whole staff has done an outstanding job. Combined, very good 3.68 earned run average.
And Kyle Gibson gets the start today, looking for his first win of the season.
Yeah, the big thing for Kyle Gibson, establish your fastball. Paul Molitor talked about it today in his pregame show. Establish that four-seam fastball, get ahead in the count. For Kyle, just too many pitches in a short amount of time in his first two starts. Hopefully he can go deep into the ball game here this afternoon.
The Twins already in this young season have been swept 3 times. Today they hope to pick up their first sweep over the Angels. Befitting a spring after a very mild winter. Incredible weather here for this weekend series with the Angels. Absolutely gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Marty Kellner, Bert Blylev, and Dick Bramer here. Partly cloudy sky, 78 degrees. Angels packed for about 8 degrees. So they're quite pleased to have warm California type weather here for this series. The Angel lineup has Yunel Escobar leading off, Rafael Ortega, Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, Cole Calhoun, C.J. Cron, and Drelton Simmons, Carlos Perez, Johnny Giavotella. That is the Menards batting order for the Angels.
And on the mound, it'll be Kyle Gibson making his 3rd start of the year.
He needs to do a better job of what he has failed to do in this at bat, and that is get ahead, strike one. That's been a chronic issue for Kyle.
Yeah, you see his numbers, only 10 2/3 innings in his first 2 starts. Too many pitches. 105 in his first start in Baltimore in 5 innings, and his last start coming here against the White Sox, 107 in 5 2/3. So get some quick outs if you can. Escobar having a very good series for the Angels. 5 hits and 9 at bats.
Swing and a miss, another breaking ball, and it's 2-1. A bit of a change in the umpiring crew. Jeff Kellogg has the plate, but Alan Porter, John Timpane both move up a notch. Brian O'Nora not on the crew anymore, and Ben May filling in at third base. 2-1 to Yunel Escobar, and there's a strike at the knees.
When Kyle is on, he is on. Outstanding control both sides of the plate. And that's a good pitch right there. He's got a good sinking fastball. He'll work inside, the 4-seamer away, a slider. He's mixed in a curveball this spring, and the very good changeup.
Missing inside, a full count.
This is where he has to trust his stuff and get the ball over the plate. No free passes early on. See where Murphy sets up. John Ryan Murphy behind the plate. Staying inside. And it's ball 4.
Take a look at the Northland Ford defense. Twins coming back with pretty much the same lineup as yesterday. The only change is Mauer is in at first base and Park is the designated hitter. John Ryan Murphy for the first time in the regular season catching back-to-back games. Gibson walked the leadoff man in his opening start against the Orioles, and now he's got to try to pitch around that here this afternoon.
Yeah, that's 9 walks in 10 2/3 innings for Kyle. He has better control than that. Ortega just getting the call up yesterday, played in yesterday's ball game. Went 1 for 3, showing bunt right there.
I asked Paul Molitor this morning about the Twins' ability so far this year to control the running game. Just a couple of stolen bases on the Twins. There have been some throwouts and all that. And while he has said John Ryan Murphy and Kurt Suzuki have done fine, he gives most of the credit to that improvement to the pitchers. We're doing a better job. Tap to the right side. Mauer will get the force at second, relay to first. Safe at first. We'll see whether the Twins challenge. We've talked about Gibson's athleticism, and he got to the bag, and a very close play. Ortega reaches on a fielder's choice.
And he had an outstanding stretch too. He looked like Joe Mauer right there. Look at him reach out for that ball. And Ortega very quick out of that batter's box. Looks like he is safe. Good feed by Joe Mauer over to Nunez. See Gibson get over there. Joe Mauer getting the force out at second.
No challenge for the Twins. It looked like Ortega reached. And now Mike Trout.
Keep an eye on Ortega. Yeah, yesterday he stole his his second major league base. Had one when he came up with the Rockies in 2012.
Half swing. Strike one.
Yeah, you go back to the, Paul giving the credit to the pitchers. Kyle very good at holding on runners because he will change his timing as far as how long he holds it. And then he utilizes that short stride toward home plate. He doesn't bring that left knee up very high. Almost like a slide step.
Paul talked about the different things pitchers can do just to slow down the running game. Holding the ball, he mentioned, stepping off.
Quick pitch.
And a slide step, which Gibson, as you said, typically uses. 1-1.
Yeah, it doesn't really take anything away from your velocity or your location. It should not. You just have to hurry the lower part of your body, but allow your arm to catch up. So you have to be a little quicker top-wise. Your arm has to be a little faster. The Twins have done a good job with Mike Trout so far in this first 2 games. Just 1 hit and 7 at-bats.
The Twins have given up 3 stolen bases in 5 tries. We've seen the Angels do a lot of hit and running in this series.
There's only a handful of teams that Kyle Gibson has not had a win against. and the Angels are one of them. Good fastball away there. Kyle has actually struggled against the Angels. This is his 6th start against the Angels. He's 0-2 with an ERA over 7. Most of the damage coming in Anaheim. He's had 2 starts here at Target Field and pitched pretty well in both those.
One and 2 to Mike Trout. Chopper to short. They'll get 1. And Dozier doesn't bother throwing. Looked like he had a hard time catching the throw. It was kind of on his right hip, and he didn't catch it as cleanly as he would have liked.
Yeah, I don't think he would have had a chance to turn a double play with Mike Trout hustling down that line. But you make sure you get 1. Nunez waits back nicely, feeding Dozier. And Brian right there, maybe the ball took off on him a little bit, but they do get the force out at second.
And now the designated hitter, Albert Pujols.
And a couple ground ball outs for Kyle Lohse. That's always a good thing.
$1. That's $1.
Okay, $1. I owe $1. Kyle Gibson. I'm going to be poor by the end of the year.
And you never had that problem before.
No.
It's just a recent thing you're doing. Breaking ball in the dirt. Ball 1. I don't believe in Kyle's first 3 years with the Twins you ever called him Kyle Lohse once. And it's like the 7th or 8th time.
I know.
Of course, you are now 65 years old too.
Well, yeah, but I was always a Kyle Lohse fan.
Okay.
So hopefully I got that out now.
Well, I was a Bob Gibson fan, but I don't call Kyle Bob Gibson either. A high fly to deep left field. And Pujols has hit one into the second deck. And Gibson eventually pays for the leadoff walk.
Well, home run number 2 for Albert Pujols, his 2nd in the 3 games played here. And that was a no-doubter. Kyle giving up his 2nd home run on the season. And for Pujols, his 562nd home run.
So the first lead goes to the Angels, a no-doubter into the second deck.
Pujols 14th on the all-time home run list, now 1 behind Reggie Jackson. There are the leaders. Marvin Killebrew right there at 573.
Cole Calhoun hit a no-doubter here on Friday night to right field. Calhoun's a 2-run home run. Pujols with a 2-run home run. All the Twins home runs this year, all 7 of them, have come with the bases empty. That's hit to right field. And Sano knocks it down. Calhoun will dig for second, and Rosario's throw not in time, deflecting to the infield where Plouffe picks up the carom. It'll be a double for Calhoun.
Yeah, Sano playing Calhoun to pull a little bit, so this ball hit in front of him, and these are the little plays that Sano again will learn that, hey, I can't get it. The ball kind of had a lot of top spin. He went down to reach for it, and it's Rosario who has to back up the play. That's a ball he probably should have played in front of him and kept them to a single. But instead, Calhoun gets into scoring position with 2 outs.
And now C.J. Cron. Cron picked up a hit yesterday, just his 4th in 36 at-bats. In the dirt, ball 1. This is what we've seen from Gibson in his first 2 starts. Erratic control, walking nearly a batter per inning pitched.
Just not aggressive in the strike zone. 17 pitches so far, only 9 strikes. And this is when you're at your strongest. You have to come out and attack. And it looked like he's already nitpicking.
Left a pitch up, fouled back to the screen, 1-1. Gibson trying to get the Twins off the field, trailing 2-0. Again in the dirt.
And that's what I have seen from Kyle, the inconsistency of what Paul Molitor was talking about with Jack Morris and Chris Atterbury on the show this morning about the lack of control of that four-seam fastball, especially away. Yes, he has a good sinker, but you have to trust your four-seamer.
20th pitch of the first inning. Chopper to short. 3 ground ball outs, but a couple of extra base hits, including a long home run by Albert Pujols, and the Angels take the lead. Here today, hoping to complete a 3-game sweep over the Angels. The Menards batting order for the Minnesota Twins: Eduardo Nunez back in the leadoff spot, then Brian Dozier, Joe Mauer, Miguel Sano, Trevor Plouffe, Oswaldo Arcia, Young-Ho Park, Eddie Rosario, and John Ryan Murphy.
And it'll be Nick Trappioni coming into the ball, or starting for the Angels. 25-year-old making his second start. Trappiano 1-0 in his first start. He pitched 5 shutout innings against the Oakland A's last Monday. Angels ended up winning that ball game 4-1.
Well, Eduardo Nunez put into the lineup out of some desperation. He wasn't getting much chance to play. Twins weren't hitting. He jumped into the lineup, started hitting, and he's not going to leave the lineup till he stops hitting.
Stay with a hot hand.
He takes strike 1 from Tropiano.
9 hits in 13 at bats for Nunez.
Swinging a foul, 0-2. A double, a triple, and 7 singles.
And using the whole field.
And he's provided a spark to what was a rather lifeless lineup. 2 strikes, and just off the outside corner. Nunez takes. Just a couple of strikeouts and 13 at bats. He's done a nice job putting the ball in play. Taking some pitches, although he is a free swinger. A high pop up down the left field line, and Ortega with the catch, 1 away. And that'll bring us to Brian Dozier. Northland Ford defense for the Angels. Ortega just called up after Friday's game. He's in left, Trout in center, Calhoun in right, Escobar, Simmons, Giavotella, and Cron the infielders. Carlos Perez back behind the plate. He caught Friday. Giovanni Soto caught yesterday.
Trappioni, basically a sinker slider type pitcher.
Dozier takes a strike on the outside corner. Bryant trying to break out of an early season slump. Just off the outside corner. He has seen plenty of that, hasn't he? Pitches on the outer half of the plate and outside.
Well, Bryant's a hitter that stands pretty much right on top of the plate, almost dares you to come in. He's very quick inside, and the Angels working him away.
2-1. Swing and a miss. An off-speed pitch to even the count. Left center field, carrying fairly deep, but Trout is over in the gap to make the catch. 2 down. That'll get us to Joe Mauer, who is back in the top 10 in the American League in hitting.
Yeah, number 9 coming into today's play. Joe currently on a 7-game hitting streak. A double, a triple, a home run for Joe Mauer. He's knocked in 3 runs, and he has scored 5 times.
And as we just showed you, he's using the whole field. He is pulling some off-speed pitches for base hits. And he'll try to get something started here with 2 gone in the first inning. Strike over the inside corner. And on the outside corner, Joe doesn't like that call. 0-2. Two to Mauer.
See good numbers for Joe against the Angels in his career.
And a base hit to center on an 0-2 pitch.
Well, they wanted to come inside, which Perez sat inside. The pitch was in, and Joe just hit it sharply up the middle. Perez set up. The pitch was there. Joe, quick hands. Twins get their first hit, and Joe continues to hit, now on an 8-game hitting streak.
Beyond the batting average, a very encouraging sign for Mauer. He now has 40 at bats, only 4 strikeouts, and his 1 strikeout per 10 at bat rate compares very favorably with his batting championship years. Sano rolls it to short. Now the very next pitch, the inning ends. The Twins get a hit, leave a man aboard, and it's 2-0 Angels after 1.
Specific goals really would be just cut down on the walks. I think that's going to take care of a lot of things. It's going to lower pitch count in the game. It's going to avoid free base runners, everything. But for me, I think it just still goes right back to consistency. I don't really lay out innings goals or ERA or strikeouts or anything. I just want to be consistent and have each start separate from the last one and not looking forward to the next one.
Well, and that's what's kind of hurt him in the first inning with Escobar. Ended up walking Escobar. And you can see 9 walks in 11 2/3 innings. Of course, Kyle coming in last year did a good job, only 65 walks in 194 2/3 innings. And in his young career, this is just his 76th major league start, averaging 3.1 walks per 9.
A first pitch strike to Simmons. Now a chopper. Nunez flips, makes a nice play. One shortstop retires another, one away. Let's go to our trivia question on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Brought to you by carsoup.com, who are the 2 active skippers to win a World Series as a player and a manager. Well, you're looking at one right there.
Mike Scioscia,
I think.
Great catcher, and then they won in 2002. The Angels did win the World Series. 17 seasons for Mike Scioscia as the manager, longest tenure manager, 2-time American League Manager of the Year.
Strike over the inside corner. Perez with 1 strike, with Gibson delivering another first pitch strike. Breaking ball misses, and it's 1-1. Twins were swept in a 3-game series in Baltimore. They were swept in a 3-game series in Kansas City. They were swept here by the White Sox, and now they're trying to sweep the Angels. Just outside 2-1.
Perez, only 25 years old, from Venezuela, originally signed with the Toronto Blue Jays. He came over to the Angels over the winter of 2014 with today's starter, Tropiano, for Hank Conger.
Driven to right. Sano drifting back a few steps. 2 down. And before Giavatella's at bat, time now for today's Toyota Key stat. Twins record through 11 games this year, the same as it was in 1991. And some irony, the Twins turnaround in 1991 came on a Sunday afternoon against the Angels in Anaheim. Rick Aguilera made a great fielding play on a bunt to end the game, and the Twins pretty much took off after that. Now, that's a coincidental fact. And the biggest reason the Twins were able to recover from the bad start in 91, in June, they had a 15-game winning streak. So if this year's Twins team can win 15 in a row, then maybe we got a parallel.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
1 strike to Giavatella. The point of the comparison, as thin though it may be, you can recover from a bad start. It's early enough where losing 9 in a row, highly undesirable, but you've got plenty of time to make that up. If the Twins were to win here today and then beat the Brewers twice, they'd have the same record after 14 games that they had last year after 14 games. 1-1. Chopper left side. Plouffe has an easy play. And Gibson has an easy 1-2-3 second inning. Young Ho Park will hit in the second inning, trying somehow to duplicate what he did yesterday. CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. Bottom of the second inning, and Trevor Plouffe, Oswaldo Arcia, and Byung-Ho Park will hit for the Twins against Nick Tropiano.
Trevor having a great day at the plate yesterday. A single, a double, a home run.
Tropiano very good with his control so far. Hits another corner for a called strike.
Yeah, 5 for 5 first pitch strikes.
Did that against Oakland. Pitched 5 shutout innings, got the win, and now 1-1.
Tropiano, 25 years old, started the season in AAA, and then the second ball game of the year, Andrew Heaney ended up getting injured, and he was called up.
Fouled away. Angels are hoping for Heaney. They're also hoping that C.J. Wilson can come back and contribute to their season this year. 1-2 to Plouffe. Popped up right side. Crone drifting back. Giavatello calls him off. 1 down. And that will bring up Oswaldo Arcia.
Tropiano making only his 13th major league start. He did face the Twins last year. He has 1 relief appearance in the big leagues, and that came last September against the Twins. He pitched 1 shutout inning here in a Twins 8-1 win.
If it weren't for Byung-Ho Park's long home run into the catch area in center, we'd be talking about Oswaldo Arcia's long home run to the back wall of the bullpen just a few pitches before Park's home run. And he takes a strike over the inside corner.
And both those home runs came against reliever Joe Smith, that doesn't give up many home runs.
He said it was the first time in his professional career he's given up 2 home runs in 1 inning, and they came in back-to-back at bats. 1-1. And Arcia earlier got an RBI single. That's to right. And that ball gets between Calhoun's legs. Arcia digging for second base. Out. He overslid second base. The ball dropped in front of Calhoun. It looked like he might have lost it somehow. And now the Twins are going to look at it and see if there might be an appeal. But Arcia challenging Calhoun, has got a very good arm.
Well, in the first inning, we saw a ball off the bat of Calhoun in front of Sano. That ball got behind him. Calhoun knocking this ball down. It ricochets away from him. And then a strong throw into second base. Arcia looked like he missed the tag as Simmons did, but then you could see his foot. Oh boy, that left foot is trying to get back on the bag.
It's a pretty good slide to miss the first tag attempt. And now here's Byung-Ho Park. Seems odd in an afternoon game to say a player may have lost the ball in the lights, but the lights are on here, and he just seemed to not track that ball very well.
Well, that ball had some topspin on it too.
Let's go out to Marnie Kellner.
Guys, I am standing in center field in the catch area, right where Byung-Ho Park's home run landed yesterday. It landed on this tabletop, then bounced back to the bar where Matt Johnson was working and caught it on the fly off of this bounce. Describe the catch, Matt.
Well, our awesome player crushed his 462 bomb back here. I was just standing in the back washing dishes, not paying attention. Off the bounce, I heard everyone roar, looked up, ball was right in my face. I had to grab it to save my own chops, and then that's the end of the story.
Nice snag.
Yeah, it was good.
Then you gave the ball to a fan who was chasing after it, right? And then the fan gave it back to the Twins?
Yep, I thought it was great for him. He was really excited. You know, he was trying to catch it on his own, and I knew he wanted it, so wanted to treat a fan today.
This is a new area, but I'm guessing in your orientation they didn't say watch out for home runs in this area.
Yeah, we weren't thinking that there was ever going to be one that made it this far back, so it's kind of fun to have one yesterday.
What a day for Matt Dickenbert.
All right, inning is over. Might have to put a protective screen netting out in center field. Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. 2-0 Angels, and Albert Pujols home run on the first inning with a man aboard, the only scoring so far. On a gorgeous Sunday afternoon at Target Field.
Better second inning for Kyle Lowe. Excuse me, there's another $1 for Kyle Gibson. I'm going to be poor at the end of the day.
If Kyle Loesch ever signs with somebody, then we're really in trouble.
Only 9 pitches in that second inning. First pitch strikes 3 of 3 in that second inning. First inning 2 of 6 for Kyle Gibson. That's one thing I looked at too when I pitched after a ball game. If I faced 35 batters, how many first pitch strikes? We didn't do the pitch count, you know, back when I pitched, but I always looked at the score, and that's the first thing I would look at. If I faced 35, I'd want to be at least 25, somewhere in that range, first pitch strikes. That means you pitched a good ball game.
1 strike to Escobar, drew the walk that eventually contributed to the 2-run home run, up and in, 1-1. Well, we talk so much about first pitch strikes, and it's critically important, but a Hall of Fame pitcher and a great broadcaster in his time too, Don Drysdale, always emphasized the importance of the third pitch, assuming it's 1-1. That third pitch, whether it's a strike or a ball, determines so much of what's going to happen in that at bat. If you're a pitcher and you get a hitter 1 and 2, you're going to win. That's how he put it. And you're going to lose if it's 2-1.
Right. And you could even go further to 2-2 pitch, you know, with runners on. You don't want that. You want something to happen then. So yeah, every pitch very important.
1 and 2.
Escobar off to a good start in his first season with the Angels. Last year hit .314 for the Nationals. Traded over from the Nationals back in December to the Angels.
And now 2 and 2. It's the first time, and I don't know how much difference it makes. Maybe we'll have to analyze it after the results are in, but it's the first time that John Ryan Murphy has caught Kyle Gibson in a regular season start. Hack to the right side. Should be an easy play for Dozier. 1 down. 5 in a row set down by Gibson. The Budweiser Roof Deck is the ultimate Minnesota Twins outdoor experience. The roof deck is available for your group of 250 guests on both Independence and Labor Day weekends. Your clients and staff will love the sweeping views, amenities, large fire, nice cooling breeze up there in the summertime. Everything you need for mixing game time with social time. Go to twinsbaseball.com/groups. Learn more about how your group can experience the Budweiser Roof Deck. Here's Ortega. Ortega chop one to Mauer. His speed kept him and the Angels from hitting into a double play.
You know, Dick, I don't think there's a bad seat in this place.
You know, I walked out to the catch area this morning. It was the first thing I did when I got to the ballpark here today, because I hadn't seen it yet. I'd been out there when the seats were out there. But what a phenomenal area it is out there. And again, we talked about this the other day. I think the Twins deserve an awful lot of credit. They have this jewel of a ballpark, and almost on an annual basis they're doing something to tinker or tweak it just a little bit. Another one chopped to the right side. Gibson right where he's supposed to be. 2 down. 2 down. That's the view of where from where Park's home run hit. But there's just so many nice amenities out there, and you can understand the shock of fans sitting out there and having a baseball interrupt their viewing.
You know, and if you can't get into that catch area because you need a ticket to get in, right above that you can basically walk around the ballpark and get that same view just above the catch area.
Was
in
it
the what is it, Minnie and St. Paul, I believe they call that area Minnie and Paul.
Mike Trout, the batter, bounced into a fielder's choice his first time up. Missing the inside corner. Was it last year, maybe the year before, they changed the seating arrangement down the right field line in that area? And then was it last year, the year before, the amphitheater, the part of the light rail thing they did down here?
They keep adding to this beautiful ballpark,
which isn't easy to do because when they opened it, what they say, it's a 14-acre ballpark on 11 acres. So it's not like this isn't Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City where you got real estate in every direction. 2-1 now to Mike Trout.
Beautiful ballpark on a beautiful day.
Two and one to Trout. 3-1 with Pujols on deck.
Well, you see that count you're talking about, Don Drysdale, on the 1-1 count, 2-1. Now it's 3-1, a hitter's count. It's where you have to trust that fastball down and away.
Driven hard to the gap in left center field. And Trout touches first base, goes to second, and he's got a 2-out double. We mentioned touches first base because in yesterday's game he had a rifle shot off the center field fence and was held to a single, but he said he retreated to first because he felt he missed first base. Here comes Albert.
I remember we were talking about surprise he didn't try to go, but here's Albert Pujols in the first inning. He got a fastball that did not get in far enough. Pujols hitting his second home run in this series, and that gave the Twins a 2-0, the Angels an early 2-0 lead.
We haven't seen as much of him as National League fans have seen of Pujols, with the majority of his career being played in St. Louis. But who do you think of when you see Pujols hit a home run, walk out of the batter's box and just toss the bat away? Mr. Killebrew. Pujols slowly leaves the home plate area as Harmon did. 1-0. Gibson falling behind a very dangerous hitter. Breaking ball over.
We showed Pujols in a batter's box yesterday. Not a lot of movement, pretty still. Pujols 36 years old, in his 5th season with the Angels, 11 seasons with the Cardinals.
The end of the bat, 1-2.
Such a short, compact swing with a lot of strength. I think Dickie touched on it too. He doesn't strike out that often.
To be that productive, destructive if you're trying to pitch to him, and never to have struck out 100 times in a season in this day and age is remarkable. He works awfully hard at what he does. He knows what has worked for him. He has the confidence of knowing that even though he's came into the game hitting just 195, that if he keeps doing what he's always done, he should be a productive hitter. Some injury issues the last couple of years, and that's why he's so hard to strike. He was fooled on that pitch, and he still was able to get a piece of it.
You see where he ranks amongst all-time active players, or amongst active players.
That's a lot of runs batted in, over 1,700. When I asked Mike Scioscia about him yesterday before the game, he said what hardly an original thought, but you really have to consider Pujols as being one of the greatest hitters of all time.
Career .312 hitter with all that power.
1-2 from Gibson. Clipped the inside corner but missed. And Gibson approaching 50 pitches with 2 gone in the 3rd. Chopped foul. Fouled it off his foot. It's got to be frustrating if you're a pitcher. In this case, Gibson. You've made a couple of good pitches with 2 strikes to a good hitter, yet the at bat's still alive. You've done everything you can, mechanically and otherwise, to execute a pitch that might get 9 out of 10 hitters out, but this at bat is still very much alive.
You know, I had a chance to talk on the Angels side about Rod Carew today, about you know, the heart of 29 and what Rod meant to the Angel organization in his playing days. And then you look at Pujols, the same type of hitter, that they don't strike out a lot. You can make a nasty pitch, they foul it off, they're waiting for you to make a mistake.
And he finally strikes out. Trout's 2-out double doesn't do any damage, just extends Gibson's pitch count a little bit. It's still 2-0. Is presented by T-Mobile. Get major league coverage. T-Mobile has doubled its 4G LTE in the last year. Quick start for the Angels on a Pujols home run. It's 2-0. Angels in the middle of a 3-city 10-game road trip. An animal that the Twins don't have to contend with this year. Twins have no 3-city road trips this year. Got a weird road trip coming up next, 2 in Milwaukee and 3 in DC.
Right. I believe there's only 2 homestands that have a 3-team homestand.
Milwaukee in for a 2-game series tomorrow night and Tuesday afternoon. Here's Eddie Rosario. And he takes up high while the Twins have seen signs of life from the likes of Plouffe, Arcia, Park, and Dozier. They're still waiting for Rosario to start swinging it.
Yeah, just 5 hits and 36 at-bats.
Way out in front, 1-1.
Yeah, they're changing speeds on him. Eddie just has a tough time just squaring up the ball right now. 11 strikeouts and 36 at-bats for Rosario.
Left field, and now retreating Ortega, still tracking it, and makes the catch short of the track, 1 away. That'll bring up John Ryan Murphy. Watch the Twins on the go. Stop by the Fox Sports Go booth tomorrow when the Twins take on the Brewers. Download the app, get a free Go cell phone wallet. Visit foxsportsnorth.com and click on upcoming events for details.
And that's one thing I've noticed about Rosario, getting underneath a lot of pitches, a lot of fly ball outs.
Here's John Ryan Murphy getting his second straight start for the Twins. Paul Molitor saying before the game today that of all people, he felt like Kurt Suzuki probably pressing more than anybody else in the Twins lineup right now, trying to get his bat going, and so they're going to give him a couple of days off.
John Ryan Murphy, just one hit in 15 at bats, and that was a double.
And a strike, 1-1.
Murphy coming over from the Yankees in the Aaron Hicks trade.
Two and one. You saw Gibson's pitch count in the top of this inning, and then contrast that with Tropiano, who's only thrown 32 pitches. Now inside 3-1 with Nunez on deck. Twins are where they are, 2-9, because they were swept 3 times. But you take the 3 teams that they have been swept by and take those 3 games out, and you're still looking at 5-3 teams. 3-1. Tap foul. In other words, if you took the 3 wins away from the Orioles, Royals, and White Sox, all 3 teams would still be 5-3. So those teams, I think it can be said, at least in the first 2 weeks of the year, have been playing good baseball.
Yeah, I mean, the Orioles have lost 2 of their last 3.
Right.
You know, and really of the 15 teams in this American League, only 6 have winning records.
Hit hard, but hook foul. Everybody in the American League Central, unfortunately, has a winning record except for the Twins. Cleveland losing in the 7th inning 6-0 to the Mets. That would bring them back to the 500 mark. Full count to Murphy. And he took inside for ball 4. First walk issued by Tropiano. And now Eduardo Nunez.
Yeah, Tropiano in his first start in Oakland walked a couple, had 6 strikeouts through 92 pitches.
Nunez had a fly to left his first time up. And with the third baseman Escobar playing back, Nunez bluffs a bunt. And that brings the third baseman in to the edge of the grass.
Well, going back to last year, see the last 13 games here at Target Field for Nunez. Very good batting average.
Snap throw to first. Oh, right on the bag. Murphy gets back. Saw Perez do that on Friday night.
Well, he's got a great arm. Good accurate throw right there. Crone getting it on the short hop. Murphy just getting that right hand back on the bag.
1-1 to Nunez. That gets away from Perez, and Murphy will go to second base. A wild pitch, sending the first Twins base runner into scoring position.
That fastball away, kind of skipped underneath the glove of Perez.
Must be terrible if you're a catcher and you have a former catcher as the manager, guy who blocked just about everything. Now Perez has got to answer to Mike Scioscia after this quick trip to the mound. 2-1 to Nunez, trying to get the Twins on the board with Murphy in scoring position. Popped up, it'll reach the seats.
You know, when they put that rule in where catchers can't block the home plate anymore, I know Mike Scioscia does not like that rule. He was one that would sit on top of home plate so you couldn't score.
Alfredo Griffin in the foreground, shared the Rookie of the Year award with John Castino in 1979. 2-2. And down and away. A full count. So now the Twins making Tropiano work a lot more here in the third inning. Murphy's at bat, went to 3-2. Some foul balls, eventually a walk, and now another full count to Nunez. Pitch up and in, and tracking it is Escobar, and he makes the catch on the warning track for out number 2. And that will bring up Dozier.
Twins in a little 2-out hitting right here by Brian Dozier.
Plate appearances, and so far today no Twin strikeouts. And over the course of this homestand, we've seen the strikeout rate diminish considerably. Twins with 105 strikeouts. Houston leading the league with 118 strikeouts. Texas with 112. Excuse me, Toronto leading with 124. In the dirt, ball 1. Dozier with 1 home run. Eventually, the Twins are going to hit one with someone on base. Got under it. Fly ball to left, and Ortega waits to end the inning. The Twins get a walk, leave a man aboard onto the 4th, and we're very happy to have Michael Cuddyer join us in the 4th inning. You look great. You look like you could still be playing, but of course you announced your retirement. How's it feel to be back in Minnesota?
I can't tell you how good it feels to be back. The first time since my last game here that I've been back.
Right.
I was telling a story. This is the only team because I was hurt when you guys came to Colorado. It's
Right.
the only team I don't have an at-bat against in the big leagues. And
Is that right?
I think that is very fitting because I will always see it as home, never as an opponent. So to not have an at-bat against the Twins is fitting for me.
Well, now we're playing the Mets later this year. You could come out of retirement just for that series.
That's like one of the last ones of the year.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah. Could be big implications in that series.
I asked you when I first saw you, how do you like retirement?
I love it. I do. It was time for me. You know, I think one thing that I really took pride in through my career is I was a good self-evaluator. It's why I didn't have egos when they asked me to switch positions and things of that nature. But it came to the point where it was time for me to call it quits.
To center, one away.
And I couldn't be happier. I get to spend time with my family. This year, I was the opening day starter on my son's coach pitch team, which was nice. And first time in my career, I was able to start.
You didn't knock him down, did you?
I didn't. My ERA, it's a good thing. My ERA is like a 54 right now, which is what you want to be for coach pitch. So it's been great. It's been really fun. Claudia and the kids I like to think they're happy to have Daddy home.
Now you're here for the Twins Community Fund, something that you took a lot of pride in over your career and your time here.
No doubt. And I think the Community Fund, something that I really took a lot of pride in was building relationships throughout the course of my career in whatever city I was playing in, but particularly here in Minneapolis and Minnesota because of how long I spent here and how involved the Community Fund is with the community. And because of that, when Brian Donaldson sent me the invite, I think to his surprise, I said yes, and I would love to come. And here we are today, and what a great tribute to a great organization.
Now you've been with the Twins, you went with the Rockies, and then the Mets, I believe. Those are the three teams you played for. You won a batting title. Congratulations.
Thank you.
For the Rockies one
Yes.
year. And of the three teams, the difference between, say, I know you came up in this organization, but the difference between those three ball clubs?
Well, you know, it's still it's Major League Baseball. But I think the one thing that and this is not a knock on both in either Colorado or New York, the one thing that Minnesota does separate themselves a little more is how integrated in the community they are. They really take a lot of pride. The players take a lot of pride in their own charities and their own events, whether it be fishing tournaments or waiter events or golf tournaments. They really take and the players rally around their teammates for those causes. And I think that stems from the community embracing the team and embracing the organization the way that this area does and Twins territory does embrace the Minnesota Twins.
See, the Twins Community Fund has donated almost $15 million since 1991. And they've done a good job expanding the reach of baseball. And when you say the community, it expands, as
Twins
you know,
territory.
North, South Dakota, Iowa, Wisconsin, and so it's a very worthwhile endeavor.
I like the second one there, the youth clinics. You know, baseball is really trying to get the youth involved back in baseball, not only at ballparks, but just back on the field playing the game of baseball. And I like to see what the Twins are doing there.
Absolutely, and any type of thing that the Twins can do to revive baseball, they're jumping on those opportunities, and it stems directly from the Community Fund and those board of directors that come up with the ideas in how to enhance baseball in the area.
You just announced your retirement. Torrey Hunter announced his retirement. LaTroy Hawkins announced his retirement. Let's see, AJ's still out there, and David Ortiz is still out there. But it's remarkable to think of that group of players that you guys were in the turn of the century in that era, started winning championships, but individually an extended run of some really great baseball careers.
And I think what you just said, the extended run, is what speaks out to most people. I know, talking to people throughout the industry throughout my career, they marvel at the fact that all of these players that you just mentioned, as the ball goes into left field, were able to play 12, 13, 15, 17, 20 years in the major leagues. And I think that's a direct correlation with the player development with the Minnesota Twins and bringing these guys up and teaching them the right way to play the game, and not just the right way to play the game, but the right way to be a professional. Because we know in this industry, as long as you're a professional, you can find spots to play at. But the impact that these guys made that you just mentioned have been unparalleled throughout all of Major League Baseball.
I have a theory about that.
Okay.
You were part of the group. You got a handful of at-bats in 2001, and then we didn't know if there were even going to be Minnesota Twins in 2002. And I like to think that there was enough vinegar on the roster at that time to kind of have a rebellious attitude.
A little punching against the ropes.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. And you guys came back, won the division, almost got to the World Series, and I think individually that helps explain why you had a roster with so many long careers in it.
Well, there definitely was a lot of grit on those teams. There definitely was a lot of fight in those guys, and I think I agree with you. You put those guys in a collective group and you have a sustained amount of winning, which we were able to do. And then when all those guys disperse into the rest of their individual careers, whether it be wherever they were playing, I think you're right. It could explain a lot to why guys were able to play for so long at the level that they played and have the sustained success that those players were able to have. And it comes from maybe that year or just that breed, a group of guys that were able to come up.
Nice pick by Mauer at first base on a speedy runner. Perez scampering down the line.
And a nice play by Nunez. You're looking for a double play ball. Nunez right in the middle of the at short has to come hustling in, getting it on that little short hop and then on the run. Even though the throw was low, Joe picking it right there for the second out. Both runners advance. So 2 outs, runners at second and third.
And Giavotella will be the batter, and a big at bat for Kyle Gibson.
I think a lot of fans want to know that. You're retired. I know you're the Little League coach and pitching and you've got a high ERA. You got to work on that. But
yeah.
What's next for Michael Cuddyer?
You know, I think I'm happy right now for there not being a next. I'm happy right now being with the family, at least in the near future. You know, I turned down the last year of my contract to be with the family, to spend more time
and
at home.
I admire you for that.
Well, thank you. And you know, I think for this immediate future, that is what's in our plan. It's you know, we just got finished taking the first spring break that I've ever had in 25 years. Went to the Bahamas. So things like that we never have been able to experience as a family, we're going to knock those out, at least for a little bit. And then whatever happens in the future is going to take care of itself and happen. But right now, we're really excited to be a family, go to Little League practices, take my daughters ice skating, take them to school, and hopefully sprinkle in a little more weekends like this. This has been great, too.
You've always been a great person. I know you're a great papa, too.
We try to be. Sometimes you ask my kid on a particular day, they may disagree with you, but I like to think I am.
Gibson trying to pitch out of this jam. He's got the number 9 hitter behind in the count, 0-2.
You still following the Twins?
Absolutely. I followed them ever since I left. I would always watch the games. I'd always watch you guys on TV, whether, you know, wherever city I was on. And, you know, my son still watches them, still has fond memories of his, you know, first 3 years being here. So it always is a piece of my heart and always will be, and hopefully will be for a long time.
Mike, I know that we play the Mets later on. My goodness, their starting staff going to be tough.
It is. I mean, every single one of them. And it's not just the stuff that they have, the mentality that they carry with them on the mound.
Big strikeout for Gibson.
Stranded Trout at second base in the third. Strands 2 more men in scoring position in the fourth. More with Michael Cuddyer in a moment. Recently retired Michael Cuddyer. We mentioned that that 2002 team won a division, won a playoff series. The Angels, ironically, eliminated the Twins, then went on to win the World Series. But you did get a chance to play in the World Series last year, and I would imagine that's the pinnacle of your career.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, it was something that after 2002, I thought we were going to have 100 chances of it. You know,
right.
Every year, I thought, which we did. We got to the playoffs most of those years. We were never able to get past that first round, but being able to now get to play in the World Series, and it's funny. I texted Torrey one time when Raul Mondesi Jr. came up to bat in the World Series, and I was like, this guy's Major League debut is in the World Series, and you never got to taste this. This game's not fair. So to be able to experience it at that last year and kind of end my career on a championship note was nice.
On a lazy fly balls, including one off the bat of Bauer on the first pitch.
I kind of feel bad because I don't have a deck of cards up here. I miss your card tricks. Are you still doing that? And have you fooled your kids yet?
My son is starting to get to the point where he can understand a lot of the tricks that I used to do that were in depth. You know, it's not just here's a coin behind your head, behind your ear. So now he's starting to understand it a little more and have a little more fun with it. I am starting to show him. And obviously going to Colorado, I had a whole new audience to be able to do that too. And then obviously last year with New York, I was able to do the same thing. But now without a new clubhouse to have an audience, it's my tricks are a little less.
Perform your magic here on Miguel Sano,
yeah,
okay?
really. That's
Couple
right.
weeks into the season, he hasn't hit a home run yet.
There we go. Well, let's see if we can get one today, or right now, actually.
So half swing on a strike.
You know, when you came up, like Sano and like a lot of the young guys in the lineup here for the Twins, it took you a while, didn't it? It took you a lot of at-bats to feel like, you know, you knew the pitcher, you knew a little bit about him, but also you felt comfortable at the plate.
Feel comfortable at the plate, lose the sense of awe is what I like to say too. You know, there was a lot of times when I'd step in the box and Roger Clemens would be on the mound. By the time I realized that I actually had to face Roger Clemens, I'm down 0-2, and I had to get over that sense of awe of being in the big leagues. As he hits a double down the left field line.
That's a fair ball. It should be an extra base hit.
Nice.
And Sano to second with a one-out double.
Well, it wasn't a home run, but
we got something.
You
there.
got half of it right there.
Nice. But yeah, losing that sense of awe for me is what took the longest, and feeling like you belong. And I think that's the thing why you're seeing so many young players have so much success early, is because they lose that sense of awe quicker. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, as far as baseball concerned, is another story, but it's definitely a good thing with their performance out on the field. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of guys at 20, 21 years old coming up and having a lot of success.
That was a good swing right there, Michael. I don't know if you saw it, but the pitch was in, and he kind of opened up quickly and got the barrel of the bat out and hit that line drive double.
He's got great hands, and any ball in the inside half, you got to watch out. You really make sure you got to get it in on Sano.
You know, Trevor Plouffe at the plate, and of the current Twins, he reminds me the most of you. And I remember you went through some struggles early too. But Trevor, a year or two ago, realized that there is plenty of landing area for base hits in right field.
There is.
And that's a tough thing for a lot of young hitters to realize. They're staring at right field, but they're so pull conscious, it takes them a while to use the whole field.
Right, and then there's different times when you want to jump on pitches and try and put them in the left field seats. There's no question about that. But I think as maturing as a hitter, you learn the times and the pitches you can handle and can't handle. When you need to go to right field, when you need to go into the seats in left field, different times of the game, and different impacts you're going to have at the plate. And I think as you get older, as Plouffe is, starting to realize that.
And how many at-bats do you think, Michael, it took you or seasons to realize?
As we see him go to the right center gap.
Yep.
Nice.
On cue, Plouffe rifles an extra base hit to the gap, and the Twins are on the board. Sano pulled his double, and Plouffe hit his to the gap in right center.
Good piece of hitting right there, because the pitch was outer half of the plate. You try to turn over on it, maybe a ground ball. Instead, Plouffe taking it the other way and driving in his 6th run of the year. Take a look at the pitch, Michael.
It was supposed to be inside. He just obviously missed with his spot. Plouffe with the ball in the outer half of the plate, as you mentioned, was able to keep his hands inside the ball, drive it to the right center field gap, scoring Sano, which was nice.
Boy, we've seen too, you know, we've seen a lot of hitters strike out early because on that high fastball, but Trevor right there, that ball down, but boy, he went there right down and got it.
Keep your head down, stay through the ball, which is a big thing, what he just did. And to go to your question with how many at-bats, you know, it's different, and it's different knowing. For me, I always tried to study catchers, opposing catchers, and I tried to study the opposing catchers while they were hitting, Because what do we like to do as a catcher, or what do we like to do? We like to call things that we can't hit, and we tend to not have a lot of success with. So if I were to watch a catcher and he struggles with 2-strike sliders, typically when I got to 2 strikes, he was going to call the pitch that he had trouble hitting. So I would try and learn that, and it took years of preparation, years of watching and studying and observing before I actually got that and was able to apply it into my game. There's one thing about being able to learn it, but there's another thing about being able to apply what you learn.
1-1 the count to Arcia. Tying run at second.
I like what you're saying too. It's a constant daily thing. You didn't walk out of bed, roll out of bed one day and all of a sudden it was there.
Absolutely
it took
not.
A lot of hard work.
And you have to understand that if you learn something, it takes a long time and a lot of hard work to be able to apply it in a game. You know, you can have all the information in the world can be given to you, but it takes a while to process that information, use it, and apply it to your game.
You are an infielder, and you found a home in the outfield, and essentially that's what the Twins are asking Miguel Sano to do. How difficult the transition was that for you, or was that the key to unlocking what was there athletically as a ball player?
Well, I think it was the key, number one, being able to move out there. I was definitely a better right fielder than I was at third, and I could come out there and be serviceable, but right field is definitely where I found the home. But for me, it's a mindset. Switching positions is a mindset. You know, you have to understand that on your contract, it says you're a Major League Baseball player. And I think if you can embrace, I'm a Major League Baseball player, I'm not a Major League third baseman, I'm not a Major League right fielder. You can embrace the fact that I'm athletic enough where I can play all of these positions out in the field, and you embrace the mindset that the manager has that much confidence in your athletic ability that he can put you at other positions, I think you'll be a lot better off and make that transition a lot smoother. For me, I started off my career getting defensive replaced pretty much every 7th and 8th inning. Gardy would take me out. By the end of my career with the Twins, I was now playing second base when I haven't played there in 5 years. So for me, I was moving up in the world that Gardy not only had enough confidence to keep me in for a full game, he had enough confidence to put me at a position I hadn't played in 5 years. So, so I think with that mentality, it makes the transitions a lot smoother.
You were not here yesterday, were you?
I was not.
Have you walked around the new area out in center field where Park hit the home run?
I haven't had a chance to walk out.
Take a look at the home run he hit yesterday. This off of Joe Smith.
Oof. That's Jim Thome land up in that area.
We talked with Jim. He was here with the White Sox a few days before, and he's the only guy to have hit it over the batter's eye, and he did it twice. Once for the Twins, once against the Twins. And that's an awfully big poke. And I say this complimentary. I still think you hit the 2 shortest home runs ever hit here. The first year
down that left field line,
right, and then you
right
dropped
field,
one in the basket too, didn't it? Down the right field line.
Absolutely, I was able to christen the walls in this place. But Park, to be able to hit that home run, not only the distance that he hit, but who he hit it off of.
Right.
Joe Smith, to a right-handed hitter, is one of the more tough at bats you could possibly have, and to be able to hit the slider like that far, there's a bright future. I think you've seen with whether it be the YouTube videos or the scouting reports, scouting videos that Park has had, the power is there. It's just now transitioning to the U.S. part of the game, Major League Baseball. He's going to be a budding star, no question.
And we have to have patience with him. I know he struck out a lot early. We've seen the power. We saw it in Kansas City. We saw it yesterday. But the patience of the fans to realize that this is a whole new culture for him.
Absolutely, and you know, you see, look right there, the power is enormous, and you're right, the patience is with any player, but especially with a player that's going through a whole new culture shock now. He's going through restaurants and communities that he hasn't been in, but the talent is there. The Twins scouting department is right on. The international scouting department is right on being able to pick the right player. It's just a matter of having him be patient and develop in the U.S. in the major league level.
Yeah, he not only hit 53 home runs, he also hit 343. So it wasn't just like, you know, a 220 hitter that.
He's a hitter, not a slugger, and I think there is a difference between that, and I think you're going to see that in the years to come.
See what he does here on this 2-1 pitch with 2 men on and 1 out. Inside, 3-1.
You know, Michael, you've always been a fan favorite. The fans here so supportive of Twins baseball over the years, and we appreciate you coming back for the Twins Community Fund. I know you put a lot of time and effort into that.
Well, and it's about the relationships, and it's about the community embracing your organization and the organization embracing the community. And I think that is a great symmetry that the Twins have here, and this Twins territory has. I think both do the same. The Twins embrace the community, and the community in turn embraces the Twins.
Let's take a look at this last pitch. It's supposed to be look like a breaking ball stayed up.
A changeup or something. It barely caught the corner. Fox Tracks presented by Jeep.
Park thought it was ball 4.
Bloof at second, RC at first. Not a whole lot of speed out there. 3-2 to the batter with 1 out. Called third strike. A changeup up and in for strike 2, and then a fastball down and away for strike 3. 2 down.
Trappioni getting his first strikeout, a fastball that comes back a little bit, and a pitcher's pitch down and away on the black.
Well, the Twins need Rosario to come through. I want to take you back to a few years ago, towards the end of your Twins career. Torrey Hunter left, Johan Santana was traded, and you stood up in front of the media and said essentially there would not be a leadership void in the Twins clubhouse, that it was incumbent upon you and the Mowers, other holdovers, to make sure that there still was the figurehead or whatever. And the Twins kind of going through that this year, ironically, with Torrey leaving again. Where does leadership come? Does it come, or where is it exhibited, in the clubhouse or on the field?
I think it can be both. One, leadership on the field comes with doing things the right way, going about it business the right way. I think the Twins have great leaders. I think Trevor Plouffe has learned. I think Brian Dozier has learned how to do things and carry yourself in a professional manner the right way on the baseball field. It also comes with taking accountability in the clubhouse, taking accountability for losing your first 9 games, not being afraid to stand up and speak and answer the hard questions, and not only be that person and shoulder that burden, but do it for everybody else, so not everybody has to do that. And I think if you learn that, and I think those guys have, I think if you learn that, that's where that leadership comes, and that's what Torrey was so good at. That's what, you know, Plouffe is getting good at. Dozier, that's what I took a lot of pride at, was being that spokesperson, taking those hard questions upon my shoulders, so some of those other guys that weren't as comfortable in doing it didn't have to do that. And I think that's where the leadership's come.
2-1 now to Rosario. Twins have the tying run at second. Got a couple of doubles and a walk so far here in the 4th.
Well, that worked for Sano. Can you work it, your magic for Rosario right here?
Yeah, we need to get something right here over in that gap between third and short right now.
And dribbled foul.
You know, in the day and age with these shifts and the infield playing, it really looks easy, especially from up here and out, to go up to the plate, look at that big hole on that left side and just kind of fight it off to get it through there. But you also have to understand that the pitcher knows where those guys are playing too. The pitcher has an understanding of where the defense is playing. The catcher has an understanding. So whether or not he pitches to the location that the infield is playing at, he's not trying to. And right here, he definitely knows that there's that gap between short and third, which is why you're seeing balls.
Strike 3, and Rosario's out, and the inning ends. A half swing, and Rosario ends the inning. Michael, thanks so much for coming back to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the Community Fund.
Michael, thank you.
Great to see you, my friend.
Great to see you guys. Thanks for having me up here.
All right. 2-1. Angels in front after 4.
Circle, we have $100 worth of these scratch-off tickets. They're going to Jennifer from Ramsey. I didn't even ask your husband's name. He's only the towel holder today. But
Bubba or Frank.
All right, Bubba Frank. Your sign today, a little bit interesting. This is not a sheet of paper. Explain your sign here.
My sign is from a hospital bed blanket back in 2005 when I was sick. And in 2006, we went to the Twins, and we wanted to sweep them, and this is what we got.
So this says chore time, meaning the Twins have a chore to do.
They have a chore. They need to sweep the Angels today.
And this worked in 06?
It worked in 06 and in 08, and hopefully today.
And in April of 16.
In April of 2016.
Well, Jennifer, Bubba, thank you very much. Congratulations, and let's hope the chores get taken care of today.
Thank you.
I wonder if they wore those same hats too back in 2006 and 2008, but thank you very much. You were both here by Circle.
Quick first out for Kyle Gibson. Escobar chopping one to Plouffe, and now Rafael Ortega.
Now Kyle getting some ground ball outs, 9 ground ball outs, 2 fly ball outs so far for Gibson, and a couple strikeouts.
Pitch count much better than it was early in the ball game. Ortega has beaten the ball into the ground twice. Remember years ago when I was out on Caravan, and it was the first Caravan that Michael Cuddyer was on. And I think if you listen to the 4th inning, if you needed to be reminded, you were reminded how well spoken he is and how glib he is and what a great personality and all of that. But when I was out on Caravan with him, and it would have been, I don't know, 2001, something like that, he was the same way. He hadn't established himself as a big league player, and he handled the banquets, the luncheons, all of that so well. And I remember thinking to myself, boy, I hope this guy can play, because he'll be good to have around here for a while. Boy, could he ever play. He was a big part of some really good Twins teams. I think we heard the confidence that he has. Yeah. Not only as a baseball player, but just as a person. And he gave so much back to the community. Just a good man. Just a good man. 1-2 to Rafael Ortega. And a little chip shot to left. Arcia in a couple of steps. 2 down. This Sunday, Twins and Angels matchup on Fox Sports North is presented by Super America. Get your Not Whole Kids Day vouchers at any local Super America. 2 down in the 5th, and now Mike Trout. And for those of you who might not remember, or maybe weren't even around back in 2002, the Twins were threatened by contraction the winter before the season. The Twins from day one established themselves as the team to beat, and no one beat them. They won the American League Central. They beat the Oakland A's in the playoffs, the first round of the playoffs, won the first game against the Angels at the Metrodome, and then lost the next 4. The Angels went on to win the World Series. And the Twins haven't won a playoff series since. 2-0.
Trout a double in his last at bat. Was stranded at second base in the 3rd inning.
In yesterday's game, the Angels bunched a lot of hits together to score 4 runs against Ricky Nolasco in the 2nd inning. And Nolasco knew it at the time and talked about it afterwards. He knew he was on the verge of being taken out of the game in the 2nd inning. Driven hard to left field, and Arcia on the track makes a catch. A 1-2-3 inning by Kyle Gibson, and the Twins trail 2-1. the 5th inning. Pepsi fans of the game hoping the Twins can do something they've done twice against the Angels. That is, come from behind and beat them here and sweep the Angels. Go to the bottom of the 5th inning, and John Ryan Murphy will lead things off. The Angels getting a couple of runs in the first on a Pujols home run. Murphy drew a walk his first time up. As we alluded to before, neither Twins catcher has done much hitting. Just 3 hits from the catchers in 38 at bats. Ball 1. And Paul Molitor saying that he felt Kurt Suzuki was really struggling, not real confident. Now Murphy skies a pop-up, should be caught by Giavotella. 1 down. And that'll bring up Eduardo Nunez. The Twins flex plan gives you the flexibility to choose your games and your number of seats. You can choose in advance or even the day of the game. So don't plan, flex plan. Go to twinsbaseball.com/flex or call 800-33-TWINS. Here's Eduardo Nunez. He's been retired twice tonight.
That's unheard of. Let's go.
Surprised it didn't pinch hit for him. Breaking ball over for a strike. Credit Tropiano for making his best pitches when he needed to preserve the lead in the 4th. Fouled back 2 strikes. Twins batters have only struck out twice, but they came for outs 2 and 3 with the tying run at second in the 4th inning. Sano on a call, or excuse me, Park on a called 3rd strike, and then Rosario with a check swing. And now he strikes out Nunez on 3 pitches, 2 down.
Yeah, Tropiano picking up his 3rd strikeout.
Brian Dozier with a couple of outfield flies.
Good fastball away. And Nunez swinging through it.
This is kind of Brian's game anyway. Situations like this, he's come through the last couple of years. We, of course, like hitters, everyone does, to use the whole field. But Michael Cuddyer said you look for opportunities to turn on a ball, and with 2 outs, Dozier a power hitter to the pull side. This is what he's looking to do here, I would imagine. Get something up and try to hammer it. Got under it to left center field, and it's the 3rd outfield fly out for Brian Dozier, and a very quick bottom of the 5th inning for Nick Tropiano. Our Soup.com trivia question. Active managers to win a World Series as a player and a manager. I believe Socha and Girardi are the 2, are they not? Yep. So not only do we get credit for the correct answer, we only need to get one of them right by our very low standards, but we've got to carry over to another day. Like
we have a bonus
yesterday when we didn't get the answer right, or whenever it was, they asked some silly National League question, and you know, you and I, well, you spent a little time playing in the National League, but
not much.
Speaking of the National League, now the next road trip, 2 games in Milwaukee, 3 in DC. That means every Twin starting pitcher will get a chance to swing the bat.
Yeah, they've been out hitting early, working on that swing.
There's a little squibber, and Pujols will be retired. You know, I'm walking around the concourse, and I heard that dull thud, like you're swinging a bat into a bag of concrete. You know, it wasn't a real cracking sound. It was just kind of a dull thud, and that was the pitchers hitting, taking batting practice. 2 here with Milwaukee first.
Well, you got to realize Santana, he was with the Braves, so he hit a little bit. Ricky Nolasco.
Yeah. Rather than, and every year I predicted this since interleague play started, that some Twin pitcher would hit a home run.
Tommy Malone has a home run,
but he didn't hit one. You know, as a Twin, no twin pitchers hit one since the DH was adopted.
Since Jim Cott was the last Twins pitcher to hit home run.
So rather than predicting that, I hope that in the 5 games there are 12 or 13 plate appearances. That means the starters have pitched like into the deep end of the ball game. Right. Now what they do with their plate appearances is up to them. I'm out of the prediction game. 1-0 to Calhoun. 2-0. Gibson looked like it was going to be another short 5-inning start for him, but Twins are certainly hopeful at this point he can get through the 6th inning, maybe the 7th. There's a strike on the outside corner.
Change up right there, had a little movement, outer half of the plate.
Foul ball, and over the tarp, out of play. Sanford Health injury report. Glenn Perkins has a strained left shoulder. Danny Santana's hamstring is getting better. I think the Twins are more optimistic of having Santana back before Perkins.
Yeah, Danny was out earlier taking some fly balls and running around pretty good.
Hamstring on the road trip, playing in center field. 2-2 to Calhoun. Got him. Breaking ball, down and in, 2 away.
And strikeout number 3 for Gibson. Well, left-handers like the ball down. If you can get underneath that swing just like that, you can pick up some strikeouts.
And now Crone drew a walk his last time up. Driven foul, 1 strike. 2 walks issued by Gibson. He paid for 1, got away with the other. Leadoff walk in the 1st inning was followed eventually by a 2-run Albert Pujols home run. Big swing and a foul. 0-2.
C.J. Crone, they list him at 6'4", 235. Christopher John Crone, Angels' #1 pick back in 2011 out of the University of Utah. This is his 3rd season with the Angels.
Chop foul at the plate. Twins won't see the Angels till the middle of June when they leave Target Field to play 3 in Anaheim. Then they turn around, come right back home for another nice long homestand. 0-2. Another bouncer foul. Mentioned an inning or so ago about Nolasco yesterday, and not that Gibson was in danger of being taken out in the first inning, but afterwards I thought, after the game yesterday, I thought Nolasco did a great job kind of composing himself after that rough inning, and then giving the Twins 5 good innings after his rough inning.
5 shutout innings, kept the club in the game, and that's what Kyle's trying to do here. You're going to have innings that you're going to struggle. It's how you respond to those bad innings, and Kyle has done a good job of that.
And he has a 1-2-3-6. He sent down 8 men in a row through the middle innings. Joe Mauer will lead things off for the Twins in their half of the 6th.
Gibson and John Ryan Murphy talking it over, and see Murphy agreeing, Gibson wanting to make sure that they're on the same page as they move into the 7th inning for both of them.
Meanwhile, the Twins down a run will send Mauer, Sano, and Plouffe to the plate against Tropiano. It's are even at 4 apiece. Twins getting a couple of doubles to score their run. Angels getting a home run from Pujols to score their 2 runs.
Now, Twins hitting a lot of balls in the air. 10 fly ball outs so far in this ball game. Only 1 ground ball out.
And the fly balls are almost exclusively the lazy fly balls that are easily caught. Not much hit down the line or to the gaps that cause the outfielders even to trot after them. Simmons cross to Crone. Mauer retired. He's 1 for 3. That'll bring up Sano.
Angels very happy at the way that Simmons plays short. Eric Ibar was their shortstop, but Simmons, a 2-time Gold Glove winner with the Atlanta Braves. Even the way he fielded that ground ball right there, almost got his body in front of it. You could see that ball go right into the glove and then make a good throw for the first out.
Speaking of the Braves, they're going through kind of what the Twins went through. Once they got their first win, the second one came immediately afterwards. Here's Sano taking a strike in the outside corner. Sano lined a 1-out double into the left field corner in the 4th, and then scored a Plouffe's double in the next at bat. 0-2. And I suspect, too, for Sano, whenever he hits his first home run, the second one's going to come almost immediately afterwards. Just pressing a little bit. 1-2. He knows that the Twins will go as he goes in the power department. And a foul, still 1-2.
Kind of why I wanted to ask Michael Cuddyer that question about, how long did it take him? Because there are, I mean, yeah, everybody expected Sano to already have, 5 or 6 home runs because of what he did last year, but it's a battle. It's a daily battle. Try to find that right pitch and hit it sharply.
All right, here's my prediction. Whenever the first one comes, the next one will come in the next 5 at bats. High fly, right center field. Trout and Calhoun converge. Trout with the catch, 2 down. They're one of those lazy fly balls. Twins fans join the Heart of 29, a year-long campaign to help support the American Heart Association. Purchase a special Carew's Corner ticket package Fridays in April and May and receive a Rod Carew Twins jersey. You can also join or pledge Rod's team at the Twin Cities Heart Walk. For more details, visit foxsportsnorth.com. Click on upcoming events on the Hot Topics bar. Here's Plouffe, cracked an RBI double to right center field his last time up.
Now that RBI, the 4th double for Trevor Plouffe, driving in his 6th run.
And now a foul. Perez taking a beating this inning. Sano just clubbed him with a foul tip. And now Plouffe gets him.
Trevor kind of stretching himself out a little bit, feeling his right rib area. Big swing right there.
One and one. One and two, and we've seen Tropiano do a lot of that, particularly in that 4th inning when he was under duress. Make his best pitches right on the corners when he needs to.
Really working the outer half of the plate. That breaking ball left in. But a lot of his pitches have been the fastball and slider down and away.
1-2.
All right.
2-2.
Changeup.
Threw a 3-1 changeup to a Byung-Ho Park that caught the corner, and then he stuck a fastball down and away for a called 3rd strike.
So breaking ball here.
And Plouffe fights it off, dumps it into right field for a 2-out single. Again, using the opposite field.
Another good at bat for Trevor Plouffe. Mike Scioscia coming out. Looks like they'll be making a pitching change. But watch this slider right here. And Trevor just reaching out, hitting it softly into right field. Good piece of hitting by Plouffe. He's swinging a good bat right now.
Tropiano can't complete 6 innings. With Arcia coming up and the tying run aboard, a pitching change for the Angels. Minnesota. Can you celebrate National Park Week by visiting any of the 6 Minnesota national parks for free? On the opening weekend of April 18th to the 19th, the highest waterfalls in Minnesota, a look back in time, and wildlife surround you. This picturesque vision describes the opportunities within Grand Portage State Park and National Monument. Find endless ideas for the perfect getaway at exploreminnesota.com. Share your favorites with hashtag #OnlyInMN.
Well, pitching change. Greg Malley coming into the ball game. He worked here on Friday night, faced 2 batters. He struck out Escobar, and then he walked Rosario, who later came and scored after Jose Alvarez gave up a base hit and scored the run. Rookie season for Malley.
Garcia the batter, a single and a walk. Strike on the outside corner.
Malley has that sidearm delivery.
And again, called strike 0-2. Great job of hitting by Arcia. Rounding second, going to third, it's Plouffe. And Arcia holds up, and on an 0-2 pitch, he did pretty much what Plouffe did. Just take it the other way, put it in play. And the tying run now 90 feet away.
That's a good at bat right there for Arcia, because Malley, you know, he drops down, so you're thinking, okay, watch the angle. It's a breaking ball, and a good job. The ball just stayed up, and right off the end of the bat just takes it the other way. With the defense that the Angels had, Escobar playing around shortstop, big hole down that line. And Trevor Plouffe hustling to third.
Young Ho Park 0 for 2 facing the left-hander Molly. Over the inside corner, strike 1. Park got the eventual game-winning hit in Friday's game. Big home run late in the game yesterday. Tapper left side. And flip to second. The Twins strand 2. On to the 7th. It's 2-1.
Well, in the first inning, Albert Pujols made it a 2-0 Angels lead with his second home run of the year, second of this series. Twins came back doubles. Sano's double followed by Trevor Plouffe's RBI double. That in the 4th inning. And that's where we're at, a 2-1 ball game.
Kyle Gibson, after the 2-run first, has settled down nicely, retired 8 men in a row. Here in the 7th, he'll pitch to the bottom third of the Angel lineup, starting with Andrelton Simmons. Let's hope when we're in Anaheim in June, the weather is this nice. My goodness. The opener was very cold, but since then the weather's been just incredible. 1-0 to Simmons.
Simmons got a base hit in his last inning in the 4th inning. We were talking to Michael Cuddyer, but after the walk to Crone, second time in this series that we have seen Mike Scioscia hit and run with Simmons, a guy that doesn't strike out much. He's struck out only 2 times in 44 at bats. Simmons got that base hit, put runners at first and second at the time. Crone had to stay at second, but Kyle worked out of it.
The outside corner, 1-2. White Sox lost. Indians lost. Tigers are losing. In this game, like so many the Twins have played, it's just a really close game, and it will be decided by 1, maybe 2 at bats. That's hit to center, and Rosario going back. And gets there eventually. 9 in a row set down by Kyle Gibson. You can follow Twins baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Customize at-bat to feature the Twins and stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Plus, subscribe to at-bat premium to get the MLB.tv game of the day, radio broadcasts, in-game highlights, enhanced game day features, and more. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. 1 strike to Perez. And now 2 strikes.
You know, Dick, here we are in game 12 on the season, and there's maybe been 1 game that got away from the Twins. That one in Kansas City. That was it.
And then the opening game, second game, excuse me, of the White Sox series was 3-0. All the other games have been 1- and 2-run games.
Right.
A couple of wins, obviously, mostly losses. Two strikes. Snap bat. Oh, awful sound.
Great sound. Right in the kitchen.
2 down. You know, the Twins, the manager, the coaches, and the players would all tell you as this homestand started that even though it was a miserable start to the season, it felt different because the games were so close, that they were 1 at bat or 2 away from winning any one of the games except the one that got away in Kansas City. And then they proceed to go out and lose 3 more against the White Sox that were all very close games. Mike Morin warming up. Giavatello with 2 down and the base is empty.
Does that make a difference to a player? Yeah, it does. You know, the pitching staff, as we kind of showed in our open, they've been doing a good job of keeping the club in the game. Unlike, say, last year, for example, what were we outscored by Detroit? 23-1 in that 3-game series.
4-seam fastball up high, and it's 2-0. Now, from the fan standpoint, they don't really want to hear that it feels different because it's a loss, and they're interested in wins and losses, and justifiably so. High again, 3-0.
Well, one thing it does do when come the 7th inning or 8th inning, hey, the Twins got a chance to get a rally and win a ball game rather than being down 6-1. They may do that here today.
And as we alluded to before, the historic high strikeout rate has calmed and come down considerably. Now in today's game, the Twins have, what, 3 strikeouts? 3-2.
Well, going inside with a fastball.
Oh. No wonder the Angel dugout was hooting a little bit. Fox track presented by Carrier.
Pitch number 100 for Gibson.
And a tapper to third. Fair ball. Plouffe across the diamond. High throw. Bauer with the tag, but the runner, Giavotella, or first base umpire Alan Porter says, got a foot on the bag before Bauer's glove touched him. One of the few errant throws from Plouffe across the diamond. And Paul Molitor has a foot on the warning track, might challenge this.
Nice. Good sets up just to throw something on it, but high. Joe has to leave the ground. And Giavotella.
Bang, bang, it looks like. That angle inconclusive. There are others that the Twins have access to.
We'll get another look, another angle. Joe coming down with his glove, hitting the chest.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any conclusive evidence that he wasn't safe. Thumb down. So Giavotella will reach, and that'll get Escobar to the plate with 2 down. Breaks a string of 10 straight batters retired by Gibson.
And the error will be charged to Trevor Plouffe. That's his first of the year.
Team's 8th error. Escobar has 4. Dozier has 1. Now Plouffe has 1. Rosario has 1. Ball 1. Tapper to Plouffe. He'll get another throw on target. End of inning 7. Good innings for Kyle Gibson. Yet the Twins find themselves down a run because of Pujols' first inning home run with a man aboard. It's Sunday afternoon. That means we are
by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC.
Twins were desperately in need of a win of any kind Friday night. They got one Friday night and Saturday afternoon, but impressively they were wins where they took the lead and held on to it late. Cliff Pennington is in at second base for the Angels, and Rosario lines it foul by a couple of feet. And so here is this game on this Sunday afternoon as they're going for a sweep, and the Twins are right there where they were Friday night and Saturday. A couple of clutch hits and they can score late to pick up another close win.
Well, you saw that ball just go foul, and Rosario, he needs a little luck right here. Just a little, maybe a dying quail. Get him going.
Swing and a miss. And it's 0-2. Rosario frustrated in his fourth inning at bat with 2 men on and 2 out. He struck out on a check swing. Twins have had some threats to the Angel lead the last couple innings, and Rosario's gone on 3 pitches. That'll bring up Ryan Murphy.
Yeah, Malley coming in. He's came in, got the final out last inning. Gets a strikeout here, and Mike Scioscia comes out. Fastball. Rosario swings through it.
So on 3 pitches, Rosario strikes out. Malley comes out of the game, and it'll be Ryan Murphy.
Born in his 3rd season with the Angels.
He got Suzuki to pop up in the 7th, and then Nunez drove in a run with a double. And here Murphy, who has walked and popped up, will try to get on base here and turn the lineup over with the tying run on base. Twins out hitting the Angels 6-4. Still down a run. Outside, ball 1. Over 1,700 minor league at bats, and Murphy has 42 home runs, so he does have some power. And he fouls it back. 1-1, and we've seen both Murphy and Kurt Suzuki hit the ball in the air a lot. Suzuki likely will be in the starting lineup again tomorrow night.
Yeah, Murphy 3 home runs last year for the Yankees when he hit 277 in 67 games.
Foul back, 1-2. Just off the outside corner, 2-2.
Yeah, Morn basically fastball, slider, very good changeup.
Speed pitch, and he dribbled it foul.
There's a changeup right there, Murphy way out front.
Pulled foul. He left it over the inner half of the plate and got away with it. 2-2.
Now Morn just 24 years old with the Angels. He was drafted in 2012 out of the University of North Carolina. Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
Right field line. It'll be chased by Crone, but it's in the first row of seats. Murphy trying to battle Morin here, trying to get aboard. Nunez will follow, and the Twins would love to send Dozier, Bauer, and even Sano up to the plate here on the 7th. A bench today of Kepler, Escobar, Suzuki, and Buxton. Time called. And a breaking ball in the dirt. 3-2. This was kind of what Murphy did in his third inning plate appearance. He had an extended at bat, ended up drawing a walk. Chop toward the hole. Simmons makes that play as well as anybody. Made it look routine. 2 down.
Yeah, Simmons doing a good job going to his right and then setting himself up to make a good throw. Got over there nicely, get that little short hop, good throw over to Crone.
And now Nunez.
Nunez looking for his first hit.
The center, Trout coming in, and it's down for a single. So Nunez is aboard. His legs might be an asset, something the Twins can exploit here, with Dozier coming to the plate.
Nunez with a couple stolen bases in 4 attempts. We have seen Perez behind the plate, very good throwing arm. We'll also see how quick Warren is toward home plate.
Dozier with 3 outfield flies, 2 to Trout, 1 to Ortega. Have you ever in your life seen a center fielder play where Mike Trout is playing
Yeah, when I pitched. Play deep and cut across.
He's 390 feet from home plate.
Yeah.
Tapper through the hole for a base hit. Nunez will hold up at second. Short throw, of course, for the left fielder. Dozier finds a bleeder through the left side, and that'll bring Mauer to the plate with 2 men on, each with good speed.
Yeah, Brian jumping on that first pitch, finding that hole between third and short. Breaking ball. And Escobar kind of guarding the line a little bit. He goes to his left, just out of his reach.
And Morin is done for the day. Faced 3 men. Got only 1. And RBI single.
They took that ball the other way. Mauer driving in a run.
Wins to take that here.
Alvarez making his 7th relief appearance. That's the only batter that Alvarez faced here on Monday night. Mike Scioscia using basically the same guys out of the bullpen he used behind Garrett Richards here on Friday night.
Much has been made in Southern California about the Angels coming into this series with a 4-game winning streak in the bullpen, costing them the game Friday and again yesterday afternoon. Big spot here for Mauer with 2 on and 2 out in the 7th. Fastball, strike 1. As you saw in the replay, Mauer got enough of a breaking ball to flare it into left field for an RBI base hit. And off-speed pitch for a called second strike.
Joe questioning Jeff Kellogg on that call.
In the good old days, the Twins would hit unapologetically Mauer and Morneau back-to-back against left-handed starters because they both hit left-handers very well. 0-2 to Mauer. Left side, base hit. Nunez around third. He's coming in. Ortega's throw to the plate. Got him. A perfect one-hop throw from the Angel left fielder. And the Twins string 3 singles together, but are denied the tying run. The Twins might challenge this. Molitor out of the dugout right away, and Nunez may have said something to him. Mauer again on a 2-strike pitch, gets a base hit.
Oh, Nunez got a good jump, a good slide on the outfield or the foul side, but Watch Perez. Does he tag Nunez before he can touch the plate?
Yep. Got him on the elbow before the hand got to the plate. A tremendous play by the left fielder and tagged by the catcher. And the Twins get 3 2-out singles, but can't get the game tied up.
We were told that Ortega has an outstanding arm when he just got called up yesterday, and he shows it off right there. Perfect throw.
Another tight ball game here. Eduardo Nunez, one of the fastest guys on the team, did everything right, but so did the Angel left fielder. Now, with the new rules in play at home plate, the throw has to be right where it was, out in front of the plate, because the catcher has to give Nunez the sliding lane, and he did.
You can almost see Perez's tag kind of pushed Nunez's arm off the plate. So what a great throw by Ortega.
How many times you see it?
Guy makes a great play, and he's first up the next inning.
Ball one with Casey Fiend pitching to the Angels in the 8th.
Casey Fiend making his 5th relief appearance. He got the win here on Friday night against the Angels.
Nice bunt. Plouffe bare hands, fires. Boy, we've seen him make that play 3 times in this series, twice on bunts, another time on a chopper. He really has learned how to charge and make a good play.
Yeah, Ortega and his speed. Trevor in on the grass, basically taking the bunt away from him, but go ahead and try it. And a bunt maybe a little bit on the hard side. That allows Trevor Plouffe to come in again, barehanded, and on the run make a good throw over to Mauer.
1 down. That'll bring up Trout. Trout's hit the ball hard his last 2 times up. And he takes up ball 1. And now a strike.
Casey Fiend in his 5th season with the Twins.
Two and 1. Twins bullpen personnel wise now looking pretty similar to what it was in the final 2 months of the year last year. Glenn Perkins on the disabled list. Jepson closing. May and Fiend from the right side setting things up. Ryan O'Rourke was a part of the bullpen in the second half last year. He's here, and he will be here through tomorrow night's game. I clarified with Paul Molitor today the bereavement list that the Twins put Fernando Abad on is a 3 to 7 day list, and they did not put him on that list until Saturday. There's May and O'Rourke. So not counting Friday, the bereavement list, which can be from 3 to 7 days, actually began yesterday through today and through tomorrow night's game, and the Twins hope to have Abad back on Tuesday.
Yeah, Abad flying to Dominican Republic, the passing of his grandmother.
Full count to Trout. Pujols, of course, on deck. And Fiend, missing upstairs, issues a walk. Join the Minnesota Wild for a playoff pregame party tomorrow from 4:30 to 7 p.m. at the XL Energy Center. Fans will enjoy music, food, and beverages, including happy hour prices, interactive games, NHL alumni autographs, and more. For more details, visit foxsportsnorth.com and click on upcoming events. Controversial loss for the Wild last night, with the puck sneaking in as the goal itself was dislodged. The only comforting thing for me is it's nice to see some confusion and replay in the National Hockey League like we have with Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Pujols cranked one into the second deck in his first at bat in the first inning. Popped up, backing out of play with Trout taking off. Into our booth and back out. What happened there? It ran right over your right shoulder twice. Twice.
Well, first of all, it didn't come in here. It bounced in here, and then it hit. I don't know what it hit behind me.
It hit your glove back in your locker and then bounced out again.
What did it hit? Our locker? Bounced back out. Well, it wasn't our ball to keep anyway.
That was your attitude when you were pitching too, right?
This wasn't my ball.
Wow.
I don't believe I moved either. Either did Tony next to me. Ball went right between us and back out. Nice souvenir for somebody down there.
Heard of Captain Obvious. You're Captain Oblivious. You had no idea what was going on over there.
Hey, I'm still looking for Kyle Loesch to begin. Where's Kyle Loesch?
Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Good breaking ball right there by Fiend, down and away.
Get you some catcher's gear or something. 1-2. Fiend trying to pitch through the meat of the Angel lineup here, keeping this a one-run game.
You know, we showed Kyle Gibson with his quick move home. Casey Fiend has a tendency to lift that left leg up to about his belt area, and that's maybe why Mike Trout thinking of maybe trying to steal second. Not as quick home, so what is he trying to do is hold it a second, make Trout stop. And there's a little quicker delivery.
Fly to center, and Rosario drifting back, still going back on the warning track, makes the catch. Trout will retreat. 2 away. Got Pujols to hit it to the deepest part of the park for the second out. Target Field suites are available for single game rental for groups of 16 to 150 plus. Enjoy a climate controlled experience a fantastic view of the Twins game, food and beverage included. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com/groups or call 800-33-TWINS to schedule your suite at Target Field. Molitor to the mound. Casey Fiend will come out with the left-handed batting Cole Calhoun. Due up, it'll be Ryan O'Rourke pitching for the Twins. On a deep fly, and now with the left-handed hitting Calhoun up, Twins will turn to the most experienced member of their left-handed relief corps, Ryan O'Rourke.
Those are the numbers from last year. O'Rourke, 22 innings, 16 hits allowed. Did give up 3 home runs, 15 walks, 24 strikeouts. And again, he is up because Fernando Abad on the bereavement list.
O'Rourke last year, even though the numbers were a little puffy, very good against lefties. And with Abad on the bereavement list, Perkins on the disabled list, and Taylor Rogers making his major league debut on Thursday, Twins options aren't what they were a few days ago. O'Rourke had a good spring training. He was one of the last cuts down to the 25-man roster.
Yeah, left-handers last year hit only 171 off of Ryan O'Rourke, 7 hits and 41 at-bats. And we saw a lot of sliders.
Chop toward third. Loof sets, fires, and O'Rourke gets the job done on 1 pitch.
This is set up to get a win right here. 1 pitch, you get a win.
Angels lead over the Twins, and coming up after the game, we'll bring you Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink, and look at how Kyle Gibson settled down nicely in this game. He gave up the 2-run home run in the first, but made it a solid 7 innings, only 4 hits allowed today for Gibson. The Twins have had their chances, too. They've left 8 on base so far. Tom Hanneman and who's his partner tonight? Jack Morris. They'll look at how the Twins have had opportunities on the base pass, hopefully getting a couple more here in the 8th inning. Plus, we'll hear from the manager, Paul Molitor. So that is what's coming up in the game in the postgame show after the final outs today. Dick and Bert.
Thank you, Marty. Joe Smith was asked to get the Twins out in the 8th inning, and eventually he did, but he gave up a couple of long home runs. That was in a tie game when he entered yesterday. Here the Angels have the lead. He'll face Sano, Plouffe, and Arcia in the 8th today.
Yeah, Smith in last night's ball game did give up the 2 home runs through 19 pitches, 10 for strikes.
And he misses, ball 1. Said after the game it was the first time as a professional he had given up 2 home runs in 1 inning. Sano still looking for his first of the year. Rifle shot up the middle. My goodness. So Smith gives up a leadoff single, and the Twins here now have, in the late innings, strung 4 singles together over the last 2 innings.
Watch Smith's reaction right here. This ball right back at him. He got a piece of his glove, but Sano in his second hit just right back up the middle and into center field. Pendleton dove for it. That ball got by him in a hurry.
Buxton will run for Sano. Twins down a run, and they want the fastest runner and better defensive player in the game with Plouffe at the plate. Buxton 1 for 1 in stolen bases, and the only good thing about having Buxton be hit by a pitch, unable to swing a bat at least through today, his speed is available off the bench, much like Gerard Dyson's has been for Kansas City. Fisted to right, a base hit. Buxton can fly. He's got third base already, and he'll be held there. The 3rd opposite field hit this afternoon for Trevor Plouffe. If anybody on the Twins can score from first on a single, it's Buxton. And that's what everyone in the ballpark was looking at, him flying to third base.
Yeah, that man can run, but another good at-bat by Trevor Plouffe, jumping on that first pitch and just kind of slicing it the other way. And then Buxton and his speed, that ball got into right field. There goes those long strides. So runners at the corners, nobody out for the Twins.
Arcia homered to the bullpen against Smith yesterday in the 8th inning. The tying run 90 feet away. Middle infielders playing back. Escobar even with the bag at third, and there's a breaking ball off the plate, ball 1. Smith said after the game the pitch to Arcia was a good pitch. Inside 2-0.
Well, the ball was down, and Arcia, credit him, he just went down and took it the other way into the bullpen area.
Normally you bang one off the wall of the bullpen in deep left center, you'd say it's a no-doubter, but compared to what happened next, there was some doubt with Arcia. Sharp ground ball and a double play, but Buxton scores the tying run.
Well, no RBI for Arcia. He hit that ball right on the button, and the Angels able to turn their first double play of the ball game.
Now 2-0 to Arcia, and he hit the ground ball very hard, but nice start of a double play by Pennington. And now here comes Byung-Ho Park. Fastball down and in. Cold hard facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. The home run yesterday measured as the 3rd longest home run in Target Field history. Now a little roller to short, and Simmons throws off balance, and the inning ends. A couple of singles, eventually the tying run Twins end up getting the game tied in the 8th. Twins tie, can't take the lead. Ryan O'Rourke won't get the win, but maybe Kevin Jepson will. No longer an opportunity to pick up a save in a tie game. And so Jepson comes in for the 3rd straight game to pitch the 9th inning.
Yeah, against the organization that originally signed him back in 2002, the Angels. Picked up the save here on Friday night and last night, or yesterday afternoon. So Ryan O'Rourke came so close to throwing one pitch. I think Casey Fiend did that twice last year, threw one pitch and got the W. So.
Brian Dunsing was a master at that. Yeah. C.J. Cron will lead things off. Jepson hasn't given up a hit in his 2 appearances. He has walked the Angel catcher in each of his 9 innings in the first 2 games. Fastball outside.
You saw Buxton now in center field. Rosario, who was in center, moves over to the left, which pushes Arce over to right.
One and 0. Sharply hit. Nunez there for the second hop. 1 away. Asking a lot of Jepson, really any reliever first week of the season, pitched 3 games in a row, but it might be exactly what he needs. As we've detailed over the last 2 telecasts, his off-speed stuff hasn't been much of an asset to him because he hasn't been able to throw it over the plate. Maybe with more work in rapid fire succession like this, maybe that'll have a benefit.
Yeah, he actually told Marnie that in our pregame, talked about you know, the lack of maybe throwing that change up and getting it over, enough confidence. But the more you're out there, the more hopefully you get an opportunity to throw it. But he needs to get ahead with his fastball. He'll mix in a hard breaking ball and then occasional changeup.
1-0 to Simmons, a single in 3 trips. .95, but well off the plate.
For 7 seasons, Jepson wore an Angels uniform from 2008 to 2014. Last year started with the Tampa Bay Rays, then traded over to the Twins.
outside corner.
Straight over the top when he keeps that ball down like that. Boy, good pitch. Just clipped the corner.
Did it?
Yes.
Okay. Strike two. That one caught the corner. 2-2. From time to time, as we suggested yesterday, Jepson's had periods of control issues in the big leagues. There was none of that in the last 2 months last year. Chopped foul hit Simmons while he was still in the box. Last year as a Twin, 28 innings, only 7 walks, displaying the best control he's shown in the big leagues. Perkins will sit and watch for at least another week. 2-2. Fouled away.
Last 2 pitches on 2-2. The fastball. It's a guy you do not want to walk. And again, Simmons, a tough guy to strike out. Struck out only 2 times in 45 at bats.
2-2. And another foul back. Houston Street, the Angel closer, warming up in the event the Angels take the lead. Haven't seen him yet in this series.
Jepson last night, 13 pitches, 8 for strikes.
Got him. Stuck a 95-mile-per-hour fastball at the knees on the corner.
A great arm angle. When he stays back and allows that arm to catch up, he can create that downward plane. Just like that. Clipped it.
Well, no point in taking or swinging at that pitch. You probably weren't going to hit it. 2 down, and now Carlos Perez. Jepson, as we said, hasn't given up a hit in this series, but he has walked Perez Friday to start the inning. High fly center field. Buxton should put this in his back pocket.
All right, put it in his glove. That's even better.
3 up, 3 down. The Angels go quickly in the ninth. An ending and a finish. Endings are imposed and inflicted. Struck him out. Got him. Breaking ball got him. Finishes are earned and celebrated. Trevor Plouffe walks him off. The most electric moment at Target Field in years. It's the last word, the closing act, the final step, the whole point. We don't remember the start. We never forget the finish. The ball hooked down the right field line into the corner. Suzuki will score, and Escobar gets the big double. Twins winning their first 2 games in the 8th inning. They'll try to win today's game in the 9th. Rosario, Murphy, and Nunez will face Smith.
Yeah, not too often Mike Scioscia of the Angels asked Smith to go more than 1 inning.
First pitch hammered to center. Rosario rounding first. Plouffe spins and fires and holds him to a single. So the Twins, who put 5 singles together at the end of the 7th and start of the 8th inning, waste little time here in the 9th.
Yeah, of course, Rosario really struggling at the plate, but he got a pitch that kind of sunk away and hit it right back up the middle. So Rosario picks up his first hit. And Mike Trout did a good job hustling over there and getting it back in quickly.
And we'll all find out together how good of a bunter John Ryan Murphy is. 0 for 2 with a walk. Escobar's already in on the grass at third. And a good bunt. He bunted it hard right at Crone when Rosario is able to get to second base. And that'll bring up Nunez. Time now for what's next, brought to you by CenturyLink, the opening game of 4 between the Twins and the Brewers.
And for Murphy, that was his 2nd major league sacrifice. Laying down the ball and advancing Rosario into scoring position.
Now Nunez singled his last time up, was thrown out at the plate when the Twins were trying to tie the game in the 7th.
I got to ask you, that bunt was very, very hard. Crone had an opportunity to get the force out at second base. I thought I heard maybe Perez yelling 2-2-2. Somebody was yelling 2.
First thing I think of is whether the first baseman's right-handed or left-handed. And Crone is right-handed, a more difficult throw. Inside, ball 1. Nunez 1 for 4. Batting average has plunged to .588. Inside, and it got him. 3rd time already this year that Nunez has been hit by a pitch. That'll bring up Dozier. Of course, Nunez's run doesn't mean anything, but his presence at first base could set up a double play.
That ball comes running in on Nunez. Got the right elbow. See the elbow drop down right off that elbow.
Showed you the clip of one of 2 Dozier's walk-off home runs last year in the same series against the Tigers. Here a single to the outfield might get it done. And everybody in the Twins dugout calling balk, including the manager, who thought Smith might have gotten away with an illegal move. And Dozier takes one that dips inside.
Well, Smith has that sinking fastball and then that frisbee type breaking ball. That sinker, he's trying to get a ground ball here. Dozier looking for something he can hit in the outfield grass.
Again inside. Breaking ball over for a strike. Angels came into this series with a 4-game winning streak. Twins trying to send them out of town with a 3-game losing streak. High pop up left center field. Retreating is Simmons. And the catch made by Ortega. Dozier the second out, and now Mauer to the plate. Mauer with 2 singles. What looked like it could have been a game-tying single in the 7th inning.
And Charles Nagy, the pitching coach, out to talk to Joe Smith.
Behind Mauer is Byron Buxton. Buxton entered the game as a pinch runner for Sano. And I would be surprised if that wasn't one of the topics of discussion here. You've got 2 outs. Mauer, one of the best hitters in the game, and certainly this year. And a base hit to the outfield beats you. And Buxton, an unproven young player, very strikeout prone in the on deck circle.
That's been bothered by that sore left hand. So we'll see if they pitch to Mauer very carefully. And they're going to go ahead and walk him.
They're not even going to try. An intentional walk will load the bases. And Buxton, who was deemed almost ready to start today, Paul Molitor decided to give him one more day, has the game in his hands here in the 9th inning. Or maybe more accurately, the game's on his legs. He is so fast. A chopper, 3 hopper to an infielder could be an infield base hit and a game winner. At bats, 4 hits, 2 doubles, 13 strikeouts.
Well, Twins have been jumping on Joe Smith early in the count.
Bases full of Twins. That covers the inside corner. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. 0-2.
A little late on that breaking ball that stayed up.
To Buxton. Line drive backhanded by Simmons, and they get the force at third. Buxton hit a bullet backhanded by the shortstop and will head to the 10th inning.
Hit it to the wrong guy.
jumper, and if it would have been hit anywhere else other than where it was or to any other position, we might be going home.
Yeah, he hit it right on the button, but Simmons is so solid at short. Brought him to his knees, and then he ended up flipping it over to Escobar for the force out in third. Trevor May coming in the ball game. He worked here on Friday night. This is his 7th relief appearance. Threw a lot of pitches, 32 pitches and 17 strikes in his 2/3 of an inning. He walked 3. Needs a clean inning right here.
Pennington, his first plate appearance. Giavotella had gone 0 for 3. Then Escobar and Ortega in the top of the 10th. And Trevor May has been misfiring high pretty much since opening day. Saw 6 walks in 7 innings. Swing and a foul, 1-1.
Yeah, 3 of those 6 coming here on Friday night. Really struggled with his control.
Missing a low. 2-1.
There's a changeup right there. When he can get ahead in the count, he has a strikeout curveball. Now he doesn't want to walk Pennington, so he's going to go right after him with a fastball.
Fouled back, left it up again, and got a foul ball. So important to get the leadoff man. And May has struggled with that. 3-2.
Missed with the changeup. Now you put yourself back into that fastball situation.
Leadoff man Yunel Escobar will hit next. High fly left field. Retreating Rosario. 1 down. And that'll bring up Escobar, who's hit 3 ground balls and drawn a walk. Really would like to go 1, 2, 3 here, wouldn't you? So you can leave Trout in the on deck circle.
Well, it's important for May to have a good inning right here, because if the Twins don't score in the bottom of the inning, you want him maybe to go 1 more.
Yeah.
If need be.
Not a lot of experience. Ryan Presley has already pitched in 7 games out of the 11. They'd like to give him a break. And then you're left with Tonkin and Rogers out of the bullpen. Belt high strike.
So you'd like to get some quick outs out of May. May, of course, a former starter. He has the arm strength to go more than 1 or 2 innings if need be.
Strike 2.
Hard breaking ball there.
Murphy with a practice block, 1 and 2. Got him to chase a high fastball, 2 down.
Escobar, what we have seen in this 3-game series, he wants to swing the bat. He swung at a pitch up about letter high. Strikeout for May.
And now Rafael Ortega Tried to bunt his way aboard his last time up.
Yeah, Trevor playing in almost on the grass.
Fouled back. May kind of following the same game plan as Kevin Jepson. Just rear back and throw it as hard as you can and throw it over the plate. The off-speed stuff not as reliable as they hope it will be soon. Oh, 2.
95-mile-an-hour fastball. Got ahead of Escobar, struck him out.
Let it fly again, don't you?
But I haven't seen his good curveball. Keep it down if he does throw it.
Up and away, 1-2. 7 good innings for Kyle Gibson, and so far hitless relief by the Twins.
Angels' last hit came in the 4th inning. A single by a hit and run by Simmons. Oh yeah, wow, frozen.
96 at the knees. A good inning for Trevor May. Twins about hitting the Angels 12-4, but we're still tied. Hits on the board for the Twins, but just 2 runs.
Well, Albert Pujols gave the Angels an early 2-0 lead. A home run in the 1st inning against Kyle Gibson. Gibson settled down nicely. Twins came battling back-to-back doubles by Sano and Blue. Todd made it a 2-1 ball game. And then with a couple runners on at the corners, Arcia hits into a double play, but Buxton, who pinch ran, scores. And the game was tied going into the bottom of the 10th inning.
Since the Angels last hit, the Twins have 10 hits.
Fernando Salas coming into the ballgame. He worked here on Friday night, an inning in the 3rd, gave up a couple hits, a run, 1 intentional walk through 31 pitches, making his 8th relief appearance.
Blue, Arcia, and Park. Twins have a bench of Kepler, Escobar, and Suzuki. Blue with 3 opposite field hits, and he's hitting over 300 right now. Ball 1.
Salas, a fastball slider pitcher with a changeup in his 3rd season with the Angels.
On the outside corner.
Trevor came into yesterday's ball game hitting 200. Now he's hitting 302.
2-1.
Thanks to a great day at the plate yesterday. 3 hits so far here this afternoon.
Everything he's put in play has been to the right side, even his pop-up to Giavotella in the first inning. Three and one. Arcia on deck.
Salas has allowed 2 home runs.
Ball 4, a close pitch. Salas thought he had it at the knees. And the leadoff man is on again in the 10th. And Plouffe, not the fastest runner in the world. The Twins have some speed in Kepler, but we might see what happens here if Plouffe gets into scoring position. Then there might be a pinch running move made. Arcia, the batter, he has 2 hits, a walk, and even his double play grounder was hit well. Inside, ball 1. Two and 0. Salas to Arcia. 3-0. Park on deck.
Yeah, missed with a changeup right there.
Arcia doing a nice job not getting overamped in a game-winning situation.
Make him throw a strike here.
And over the inside corner, 3-1. Three and 1 to Arcia. Fouled back 3-2. You saw signs being given by Mike Scioscia. Now the Twins have never called pitches from the dugout, and I wonder what the signs would be for. Plouffe's not going anyplace. He's not a base running threat. Would Mike Scioscia be calling the pitches?
Not sure. I doubt it.
3-2 to Arcia. Well, they throw over, but Plouffe would, in my book, be highly unlikely to take off here.
Right.
Target field with a nice crowd here, and everybody is quite still and quiet, waiting to explode. Arcia strikes out, 1 away.
Kind of went up the ladder right there with Arcia. Gets a strikeout. So he fell behind 3-1 and came back and struck him out for the first out.
And now Park. The Twins have gotten the minimum out of the maximum. Got a run in the 4th, but left 2. Left 2 on in the 6th, 2 on in the 7th. Left the bases full in the 9th. Now trying to take advantage of a leadoff walk. Swing and a miss by Park. Back down to earth for Park, who hit the mammoth home run yesterday, now is 0 for 4. See the cold hard facts. some measurements had the home run at 466 feet. Checked his swing, 1-1. All I know is I went out to where the ball landed before the game, and I could hardly see home plate.
All I know, that was a blast.
Wins a take one, 345 down the left field line. 1-1 to Park. A high fly to center field. Going back is Trout, and he makes the catch on the edge of the track. 2 away.
I gave it a ride, but again to the deepest part of the field, straightaway center.
2 down, and now Rosario. Rosario with a sharp single on the first pitch he saw, leading off the bottom of the ninth. Ended up at third base. And now Trout will have to come in. He was playing back by the warning track, and he gets there. Mike Trout with great charging speed, showing great range to catch the little fly ball off the bat of Rosario. Game, Trevor Plouffe came off the field and is out of the ball game.
Yeah, earlier in the ball game, I don't remember if his third or fourth at bat, Trevor Plouffe swung at a pitch in the 6th inning. I believe it was the first pitch, and he swung through it, fouled it off, and then you can kind of see his face right there. It's kind of feeling the oblique area on the right side. Stepped out of the batter's box and kind of raised his right hand like that. Didn't think anything of it at the time because later in the at bat he singled to right field.
They must have seen something as he was trying to move from first base on the fly ball, because if he was going to come out, there are faster runners that the Twins could have put out there if they were going to sub for him anyway. Here's Trout facing Michael Tonkin to start the 11th. Tonkin has had problems throwing strikes, and he needs to start throwing them here right away in the 11th inning.
Yeah, Tonkin coming in, making just his 3rd relief appearance, 2 1/3 innings, couple walks, couple strikeouts.
Two 2-0. Tonkin 2 1/3 innings, 2 walks, 2 hits, 2 strikeouts. Nunez moving over to third, and Escobar in at short. There's a strike.
Duncan has a fastball, has a lot of movement, but it's key to him is get ahead so he can mix in that slider.
And back in the strike zone for strike 2. Trout, Pujols, and Calhoun here in the 11th. Struck him out. Tonkin came back with 3 mid-90s fastballs to strike out Mike Trout.
All of them up in the zone too, and big first out. Trout swinging through that high fastball.
And now Pujols, who plated the 2 Angel runs way back in the first inning with a home run to the second deck. Four straight fastballs for strikes by Michael Tonkin. Breaking ball tapped foul. Murphy, the catcher, with Tonkin locked in with that fastball, went with a breaking ball, and he got a strike with that pitch.
He's got a nice tight breaking ball. Now ahead in the count. You always hold your breath when Pujols is up. Wow. You don't see that too often. Pujols completely fooled. Tonkin picks up his second straight strikeout.
Murcia strikes out for the second time in the game. Well, when you throw 95, 96, even the best hitters have to respect that. 2 down, and now Cole Calhoun. Twins bullpen in reality is probably left with Taylor Rogers out there. Ryan Presley's pitched 3 of the last 4 days, so he's been deemed unavailable. Foul on a fastball. Four straight Angel batters have struck out. Drilled to center. Buxton is there. Good inning by Michael Tonkin. Striking out Trout. Striking out Pujols and getting a quick third out off the bat of Calhoun. Tonkin's pitched at this level. We have talked about his AAA numbers last year when he overwhelmed the competition. And Calhoun hit the ball hard, but he looked great out there against Trout and Pujols and struck them both out.
In the minor leagues, basically, they save some ball games, but 1 inning here, 1 inning there. But he's going to be asked to go multi-innings here until the Twins score a run. So good first inning for Michael Tonkin.
John Ryan Murphy, Eduardo Nunez, Brian Dozier here in the bottom of the 11th. Facing Salas. Murphy uncoils, strike 1. Murphy bunted in the 9th, getting Rosario to second base after his leadoff single. But the Twins were only able to get Rosario to third base. Got the leadoff man on in the 8th inning when they tied it, and again in the 9th and again in the 10th. Up and in, 1-1. Twins filled the bases in the 9th with just 1 hit. A single, then a hit batter, and an intentional walk. Two and 1.
Now, Salas, 30 years old. He came out of the Cardinal organization, spent 3 seasons with the Cardinals, and his 3rd season with the Angels. Last year, his first full season with the Angels. 72 appearances out of that bullpen. 63 2/3 innings.
High fly right field. And Murphy's in a pop-up rut right now.
Yep.
Calhoun with the catch, 1 away. The Angel bullpen is really kind of tapped out as well. They've gone through 5 relievers. Rasmus, as good as he was, pitched so much yesterday, he's not available today. And the only other guy out there is their closer, Houston Street.
Yeah, Rasmus yesterday threw 38 pitches in 2 2/3 innings.
Nunez has reached his last 2 times up with a single and then was hit by a pitch for the 3rd time this year.
Maybe he's the new Ron Hunt of baseball.
Well, you're really dating yourself. Check swing, ball 1. You could have gone Don Baylor. You could have gone Craig Biggio.
Could have went Cesar Tovar. Pepe.
You could have gone Coach from Cheers.
I will later.
1-0 to Nunez. Chopped. Gonna be a tough play. Oh, Perez made it look easy. Sprang out of the catcher's box and got a speedy runner with ease. 2 down. That'll bring up Dozier.
Not always an easy play for a catcher to do what Perez did right there. Kind of a swinging bunt. And Perez getting rid of his mask and then barehanding it and then spinning. Making a good solid throw over to Cron for the 2nd out. Nicely done.
Now Dozier hit a fly ball to left with the winning run, potential winning run at 2nd, and 1 out in the 9th. Strike 1 over the inside corner.
Led the Twins last year with 28 home runs, has 1 so far this year.
And an off-speed pitch gets a swinging strike 2. "12 hits for the Twins, only 4 for the Angels. Yet the game is tied at 2. A high fly down the left field line and foul back into the seats. I don't know that Salas wants to play around up there with Brian Dozier.
Yeah, Brian likes it up in his eyes.
Target is outside. 1-2. 2-2. Dozier with a single and 4 outfield flies. 2 to left, 2 to center. Pounded foul behind Gene Glenn. Salas trying to finish his second inning of work. Oh! Dozier thought it was high, and home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg called it strike 3. And after the leadoff walk in the 10th, Salas has set down 6 men in a row. Game of attrition.
Let's take a look at this last pitch by Salas, working inner part of the plate. Looks like it's a strike.
Yep. Angels running out of relievers. Twins are down to Michael Tonkin. That pitch Dozier thought was up. C.J. Cron will lead off the 12th. First pitch, a swinging strike. Tonkin, who struck out Trout and Pujols.
Yeah, his first 2 pitches are out of the strike zone. The last 9 have been over the strike zone.
And now a ball, 1-1. Twins have had to make some substitutions, one voluntarily. Sano pinch run for by Buxton, and then Plouffe left with an injury. And another swing at a high fastball, 1-2. Simmons and Perez due up next. And a defensive swing. Cron stays alive. Away. Bert mentioned it a little while ago. The last Angel hit was Simmons' single with 1 out in the 4th.
Kyle Gibson did a great job here after giving up 2 runs in the first, put 6 zeros on the board.
Hit to center. Buxton coming in, just like playing catch with him. 1 down. Back-to-back liners to Buxton in center.
Yeah, Calhoun hit it sharply right to Buxton, and here Cron hitting it sharply, but Buxton right there.
Simmons 1 for 4, and then Perez 0 for 4. Over the inside corner with a breaking ball.
Yeah, good slider there.
Oh, and 2. Look at that for Tonkin. 18 pitches, 15 strikes. And he's mixed in the breaking ball, which has been on the Twins' wish list for the last several years. Wow. 96. 2 down.
96 on the outer half of the plate. And Tonkin picks up his 3rd strikeout. So 5 up, 5 down.
People who saw him pitch in Rochester, and yes, it was AAA, it wasn't the big leagues, but his numbers were overwhelming at that level last year. Ball 1. Perez, a line out, a ground out, a pop up, and a fly ball. Back in the strike zone. Other than the back-to-back pitches that started his outing, when he has missed, he's come right back in the strike zone. Corey Rasmus warming up. Tonkin last year 41 innings, 25 hits, only 2 home runs allowed and only 5 walks allowed.
46 strikeouts.
1 and 2 to Carlos Perez, and Tonkin wants to reset. Just missed the corner. 2 and 2. At the knees. 2 pressure-packed innings. Michael Tonkin passes the test. Straight A's across the board. Caught up in a 2-2 game.
Well, Pujols with a 2-run home run in the first inning gave the Angels an early 2-0 lead. Twins came fighting back. Back-to-back doubles in the 4th inning by Sano and Plouffe made it a 2-1 ball game. And then in the bottom of the 8th inning, Twins make it a 2-2 game as Buxton scores. That's it.
And Rasmus will pitch again today after pitching so well yesterday.
He faced 8 batters yesterday, retired all 8, 2 2/3 innings through 38 pitches, 25 for strikes. Rasmus making his 4th appearance, 2nd in this series.
Face Mauer leading off the 12th inning, and then Buxton and Escobar. So on your score sheet, it looks like the 3, 4, and 5 batters, but hardly a middle of the lineup presence, with Sano being lifted for the pinch runner Buxton and Plouffe leaving because of injury. 1-0 to Mauer. At the knees, 1-1. I don't know that Joe's real happy with Jeff Kellogg's strike zone here tonight. He's had a couple pitches called, and Joe's a really good eye. Been nearly 10 years since Mauer has had a walk-off hit, and it was a single. Now here's a guy who's got 120 major league home runs, and not one of them has been a walk-off home run.
That's almost like a call, huh?
Garcia hoping for a chance he'd hit 4th this inning.
Rasmus is not allowed a home run yet this year.
1-2 to Mauer. Checked his swing, we think. They'll appeal, or won't they? No swing. 2-2, a breaking ball in the dirt. Both bullpens have been outstanding here. Angel bullpen's been dancing on the edge of the fire for most of the last 5 or 6 innings. So far, giving up just the 1 run. Fouled it off a leg. 2-2. Is that a cutter? What has he got there? A slider?
It's a hard breaking ball, yeah, between a fast or curveball and a slider. Mentioned last night, Corey Rasmus, the younger brother of Kobe Rasmus, brother with the Houston Astros.
2-2 to Mauer. Full count. Buxton on deck. Ball 4. Mauer still exhibiting that keen eye. He's now walked twice today, 8 walks against just 4 strikeouts. Here's Michael Tonkin's top of the inning.
Boy, he has been outstanding. 4 strikeouts in the 6 batters he has faced. And I believe 20 of the 24 pitches have been over the plate.
And now Buxton, a good bunter, asked not to get a base hit here, but to put it down and get Mauer to second base. Very high, ball 1. It seemed like every other day in spring training, Buxton worked extra time on his bunting with Rod Carew, with Paul Molitor, maybe the best left-handed and right-handed bunters I've seen. So he's had plenty of good instruction. In the air and over the screen, 1-1.
He kind of jabbed at that one right there. You kind of want that ball to come towards you and try to deaden it. But both Escobar and Crone, they're charging in.
Outside, 2-1. Through it all. one of the lessons the Twins wanted Buxton to learn. Get a good pitch to bunt, as the key to hitting is getting a good pitch to hit. You need a good pitch to bunt.
Well, you know, as a pitcher here too, if they're giving you an out, you want to take it, but maybe Buxton might get the green light right here to go ahead and swing away. Squares around. Might have been a deke. Escobar again, the third baseman. He comes running in as Crone is from first base. Once that ball's delivered home.
2-1. 3-1. And Buxton fouled the one strike he's been given, and he's taken 3 out of the zone.
Looking down at Gene Glenn, looking for the sign. You want me to butt again? As a pitcher, my goodness, throw that ball over the plate.
And the play is at second base, and Mauer is retired.
What a stretch by Simmons at second base, as that ball was on the outfield side.
Buxton reaches on a fielder's choice back in the 9th inning. We saw Crone just tag the runner.
Right. Here he spins, and you can see where that throw is off mark. But Simmons able to catch it, keep it in his glove, and the foot on the bag.
And the Twins are going to perhaps challenge us to see see whether the foot was on the bag. Oh boy. Perhaps that left foot came off the bag. They're going to take a look at it. The Twins are challenging this because there did appear to be some air between the spike and the bag.
Well, he had to reach as far as he could to try to keep that foot on there, but it sure looked like maybe it came off.
I think it's off the bag. And if it's on the bag, it's by the very spike I was talking about.
Right. It's so hard to tell.
Yep. Now I believe in New York they have the capacity to zoom in and enlarge the picture, and that might be the definitive review here, to take that area around the second base bag and expand it to see whether the foot was still engaged with the base. Again, there needs to be enough evidence to overturn the call, which is a force out at second base. Well, it's interesting, you know, in the 9th inning, Crone seemed a little hesitant to make a throw to second base, but boy, he sure spun and fired and got rid of it quickly there.
You know, he wasn't charging in like in the 9th inning as he was here.
Awful lot at stake here, of course, in the context of this game.
We'll take a look at it again. It's in the umpire's hands right now.
Out at second. Call confirmed. And so Buxton will be at first. The call stands. And now Mike Scioscia's going to the mound here. With Buxton's speed at first, you might say, well, I'll bring a lefty here to maybe control Buxton at first base. But they've used both of their left-handed relievers. And the only guy left out there is Houston Street. A 3-1 pitch. Buxton put it on the ground, but Crone made a nice play to get the force out at second base. sacrifice. Crone got Mauer at second base. And this makes it official. The Twins have seen the entire Angel bullpen today.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe a starter down there just in case it goes longer, because you don't want to overuse this guy right here, Houston Street, their closer. He has all 3 saves for the Angels in 4 1/3 innings, making his 6th relief appearance. No walks, a couple strikeouts for Street.
He's faced 13 men and retired them all. No one's reached base against him. And of course, even if the Twins don't score here in the 12th, they'll ask Street to pitch another inning in hopes that they get a run and get him a win. Escobar, the batter, he is in for Plouffe, who left the ball game after his walk in the 10th.
A couple years ago, Street coming over to the Angels from the Padres organization. Last year, 40 saves for the Angels.
See what the Twins do, if anything, with Buxton. Arcia, the on-deck hitter. Buxton stays put, and Escobar takes ball 1.
Yeah, Street pretty quick home. He'll utilize that slide step.
Perez with a really good arm behind the plate. Buxton stays put, and the pitch swung on, an off-speed pitch, 1-1.
Yeah, Street has an outstanding changeup along with a fastball, not overpowering, and a slider. Excellent control over his career.
Good spot for one of Escobar's patented doubles. Twins have had a productive day from the 5th spot in the batting order. Plouffe had 3 hits and a walk.
Street, 32 years old, came up with the Oakland A's. He was American League Rookie of the Year in 2005. Also pitched for the Rockies and the Padres.
Check swing foul. You can hear, I think, the Twins dugout calling for a balk, saying that Street did not stop. Watch real time Street's delivery. Well, there was a pause there, I think. 1-2 to Escobar. There goes Buxton, and a pitch hit to left center field. Buxton retouches second. Trout's long throw back to the bag would have gotten anybody else in the American League. Wow. Trout with a tremendous throw to Crone, but Buxton beat the throw to keep from being doubled up.
Yeah, Buxton had routed second base, and Trout, by the time that he got to the wall, Buxton was heading back. And I didn't think he had a chance to make a throw like this. Showing off a great arm right on the mark, but Buxton sliding back into first safely.
Well, Buxton speed still at first with 2 down. Pretty well hit ball by Escobar, and now Arcia. And Buxton was leaning towards second, but he got back. The right guys at first. The Twins are hoping that the right guys at the plate.
Yeah, the outfield for the Angels playing very deep.
They pitch out, ball 1. Something you can do with a veteran closer who's a strike thrower. Go ahead and waste a pitch knowing that Street will be able to recover from a 1-0 count. 2-0.
Not a safe situation, but Street, who came up with the ace, as I mentioned, 318 career saves at the major league level.
Out in front, 2-1.
Changeup.
Arcia hitting the first of 2 big home runs in the ball game yesterday. The Brian Dozier giveaway gloves, waiting for Arcia to hit it to him. Getting a leadoff walk to Joe Mauer. So far haven't been able to do anything with it. Buxton goes, swung on and missed. Perez's throw not in time. Buxton 2 for 2 in stolen base attempts, and he's in scoring position with 2 out.
You can see Perez's arm right there, because Buxton had a great jump, but the strong throw. And Buxton just able to get that left hand on the bag before Simmons can apply the tag. Buxton gets in a scoring position. All the Twins need a little bloop.
2-2. That's to the left field corner. Ortega chasing it. Twins win. Arcia drops a game winner into the left field corner.
Play a little dodgeball. Get him.
A long home run yesterday for the game-winning run, and a fly ball double to end it today.
Tell you what, that's a good at-bat. He waited nicely on that off-speed pitch and took it the other way. Good piece of hitting by Oswaldo Arcia.
The first hit Houston Street allows all year long, and it's a game winner for Oswaldo Arcia.
Watch the pitch. Out over the plate. Arcia goes with it. Ortega, the left fielder, valiant effort, couldn't come up with it, and Buxton scores the winning run.
And Arcia, who hardly played in the first 3 series of the year, they give credit for just a single to Arcia. That's all it would have taken for the winning run to score. And Arcia hardly played through the first 3 series, but he got awfully big hits, and Marty Gellner's got the hero down on the field.
I do, and he's a little out of breath. Congratulations. Bottom of the 12th inning, a runner on second. What are you telling yourself at the plate?
Los dos primeros pecheos me puse un poco grande para quedar tratando más duro de lo normal la pelota. Pero después que Byron Busto llegó a segunda, tenía 2 strikes. Traté de poner la bola en juego y de todo en la mano de Dios, y gracias a Dios salió ese batazo.
Yeah, I just took what I learned from my first 2 at-bats. I knew that it was going to be tough, but I learned from it, and when Buck went to second, I knew it was it. I had to do something, and I hit the ball. I was looking not to do much with it, and sure enough, I hit it hard.
Did you know when you made contact that that would probably fall in?
No.
No. You
no.
Even when you know it's coming, they can sneak up on you like that. Yesterday afternoon, you hit the big home run that turned out to be the winner. Now you hit this today. How good are you feeling in clutch situations at the plate?
Mira, como lo venía diciendo, lo más importante fue que salimos de la racha mala. Comenzando la temporada, tuvimos el primer juego ganado. Ayer el segundo y hoy el tercero, y cada día, ¿sabes? Estamos trabajando más duro y ¿sabes? Salimos a dar el terreno al 100% y a seguir tratando de tener victorias día a día.
Like I've been saying, we just had to get out of that bad streak, and we got the first one. Yesterday we got the second one, today we got the third one. As far as we're winning, we'll be good, and with God in front of us, we're going to give it 100%, and we'll be good.
You guys just swept the Angels, and you've celebrated now here with a walk-off win. How much better are you guys feeling about yourselves after this 3-game series?
No, me da ser contento, ¿sabes? Hemos mantenido, ¿sabes? Mantuvimos el juego, los pitches tanto como la oposición. Nos estuvimos peleando de primero hasta el último momento. Gracias a Dios tuvimos la victoria.
We're super happy. I mean, everyone was doing a good job, from the batters to the pitchers. We're just happy we got the victory, and we're just going to keep going.
Awesome. Congratulations. Way to go. That was fun.
Thank you.
Oswaldo Arcia and his translator, Carlos, there. The second game in a row that Arcia has been a hero at the plate for the Twins, Tom Hanneman.
Marnie, thanks. The Twins prove once again it's not how you start a game, it's how you finish that matters. Oswaldo Arcia's double to the left field corner with 2 out made the difference. And Arcia tomorrow night, coming up on Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink. We'll break it all down as the Twins walk off and pick up the sweep over the Angels. Kyle Gibson, terrific finishing day for him. We'll hear from Molly and look ahead to the Brew Crew.